of which is probably sponsored or she's getting some form of kickback for it. A lot of them do say hashtag ad, hashtag do your own research, hashtag not a financial advisor, not financial advice. But this is not the only person that they've actually paid to market this thing. And if you look here, posting a chart, the classic thing that people say is zoom out when you look at a good or a bad chart and show it. Shows the pump. This was posted on September 6th, and of course September 6th is here when it was on a massive uptrend, and then 2 days later it went on a massive downtrend, and it's been trending downwards besides like a big pump ever since. Now you might be saying, oh, but cryptocurrency's down as a whole. Throughout the back end, like when this was happening, in cryptocurrency, you could fall over, you could stumble in face first and make money from crypto, by and large, unless you got rug pulled. For it to have downtrended so much, even when crypto was going well in November, for instance, this obviously doesn't bode well for the project and people's sentiment towards the project. One of the funny things that I saw while looking into the project, which I've not done a ton of research on, by the way, this is my initial findings and what I just wanted to talk about after a couple hours looking at it. This made me laugh. During our island exploration tour with half of the team, we've chosen for the Bahamas as our host country. So half the team got to go to the Bahamas, the other half of the team got to sit at home and shit in the development bucket. But if you look at this on YouTube, you will find a whole bunch of videos of people who are either paid to talk about it, that basically only talk about cryptocurrency projects. As you can see, some of these videos, this dude did a pre-roll ad for them, so he got paid, and then to make this video they offered to fly him out to the Bahamas, all expenses paid, in January or February. So you know, you can see why people are talking about this. They either hold bags, these are the type of channels that are talking about it, you know, not financial advice, not financial advisor, 6 crypto coins for 100x gains, get in early, not financial advice. As you can see, he does clearly state, this is a sponsored video, all information is based on my opinion only, do your own research, this is not financial advice. Again, not financial advice, this video is for entertainment purposes only. Any crypto mentioned in this video could dump at any moment. And another disclaimer, not financial advice. And another disclaimer, this is sponsored. So he does post a lot of disclaimers, he does say it in the video multiple times, but that's like stabbing somebody to death. Meanwhile screaming out, not a murderer, not murdering you right now, everybody, I am not murdering this human being, not actually a murderer. It doesn't really hold up, does it? It's like when people used to steal music or whatever and put it on their YouTube channel, and then in the description they'd say, I don't own this copyright, then you can't use it. That's not how the law works, but there you go. Maybe that's just me. But of course, who else is promoting this? Rich the motherfucking kid, Plug Walk, Crypto Walk. I don't understand how the fuck my pump and dump talk. I don't fucking know where I'm going with that one. But if you go to their website, you can see they do have a whole bunch of people that they're working with. Amber Rose, another person I would definitely go to for financial advice. Scott Disick, can't make a joke because I don't know who the fuck this is. Lindsay Lohan, as we've discussed. Rich the Kid. Dylan Dennis, a person who is a UFC fighter, I think, probably. And then obviously you go to the team. Let's have a look. Who are these illustrious people that are going to be delivering to you the Crypto Island experience, the true decentralized experience of come to our island and you can only buy everything in our token that we made, because that sounds fantastic. Well, it's Dan Bauer, as opposed to Jack Bauer, who would probably be hunting this man in an episode of 24. We have this dude who is the founder of Wellner Mobility, whatever the fuck that says. Basically a company that takes vehicles and makes them accessible for people who have disabilities. Certainly a person who has the experience, knowledge and know-how to make a decentralized organization that buys islands in the Bahamas and allows for people to come and live there. Of course, definitely a one-to-one correlation between experience here. Who's his friend who's working with him? Burak Amir Ukar, probably butchering your name. We don't know where he's worked because the only thing he's got on his CV, on his LinkedIn, is 3 months working as a marketing coordinator for Crypto Island rather. How about Genevieve Young, He's an entrepreneur that, again, has been like a host and a writer and an owner of a resort in the Bahamas for 5 years and 3 months, with Ubuntu trips to San Salvador. And of course we have Patrick Mwamba, who is an investor accounting analyst for the Bank of America, currently full-time, and also marketing staff for Crypto Island Group full-time. So he wears many hats and he does many full-time jobs. This motherfucker's just working. He's just working hours and hours every day. 2 full-time jobs. Lena Shevchuk, email specialist and digital designer, BIJ Fabori. I don't know what some of those words mean, but she's a digital designer, and is now a co-founder of Crypto Island Group, which it says here, of course, if you own the Crypto Island native token or by holding any Crypto Island NFT, you become a community member and co-owner of Crypto Island, joining an innovative change that will revolutionize real estate forever. So yeah, that's awesome. Another person that's gonna have, of course, the know-how to run an island. Mika Mavinia. I'm butchering everybody's names today. I apologize about that. But this dude works with the CEO at the place where they work on cars to give them to disabled people. They still work at these jobs, by the way. They still work full time at their day jobs. But now they're also just, you know, flying to the Bahamas with other people's money. As you can see here, they're paying themselves to go on holiday. Milestone 1. Start crowdfunding. You already did. You had a public sale for a token that you minted that cost nothing for you to do, and then you sold it to the public. You sold 60% of supply to the public. Visit Little Whale Cay and other islands. So on your milestone is to go and find to pay out of company funds to go to the Bahamas on holiday to go look for islands. I mean, not a bad idea. Probably not a business I'd invest into. Now they do have a YouTube channel where they post sometimes, and they have interviews with some of the people who work on the project, mostly the CEO. I've not watched any of them yet, as you can see. I probably will watch them if people are interested in this. But first, how's it going? You know, how's the social sentiment going around Cryptoland? Well, stop me if you've heard this one before, but I just did a little experiment where they've got 13.7k followers. I opened their most recent 5 tweets to just have a little look-see to see how the community is reacting to their project. And you'll never guess what. Every post has the same people posting, every single one of them, with just a bunch of hashtags, a bunch of rocket emojis, and a bunch of links to just nothing. As you can see here, Cheng's in every single one of these. Cheng, he's there, look. Where's Cheng in this one? Oh, Cheng's there, look. What about this one? Where are you, Cheng? We'll find you. Oh, I can guarantee you. Oh, look, Cheng's there, look. They all get between 20 and 27 interaction comments, and every single one of them has the exact same people. This is just the most recent 5. Cheng's actually posting multiple ones here. It's all the same people. Stanka Roxana, is she in every single one of them? Oh look, Stanka Roxana. Let's check some of these profiles. What else do these people tweet about? Crypto Island, Crypto Island, Crypto Island, Crypto Island, Crypto Island, Crypto Island. Just for a change, Crypto Island. Ah, what would you know? Crypto Island. I wonder what's going on here. How about this one? Daniel Stanker. Apparently Daniel Stanker and Stanka Roxana must be 2 totally different people. 58 followers. Didn't that account have 58 followers as well? 57 followers. Interesting. Crypto Island. Crypto Island. Crypto Island. Crypto Island. Oh, tweeting at Crypto Island. Oh, that's crazy. Every one of these accounts tweets, and it's multiple times per day. Every single one of their tweets is about Crypto Island and nothing else. I wonder why that's going on. So we can check another person. Let's have a look at Des Parada. What do you tweet about per day, Des Parada? Oh, Crypto Island. Oh man, that's crazy. What about you, Cheng? What do you, Cheng? What do you do apart from post about Crypto Island? Oh, nothing. You don't post about anything related to anything other than Crypto Island. What about your likes? Do you like anything that isn't Crypto Island? No, you're just all posting exactly the same things. Yeah, I mean, I guess these accounts just really, really like Crypto Island. Let's find another one. Ellie Aguilar 20. What do you do, Ellie? Oh, it seems like you just only post about Crypto Island. I wonder, out of all the accounts that follow this project and interact with it on social media, I wonder how many of them do this, because as you can see, all of the interaction is pretty much identical, consistently identical, which is a little bit odd for all your posts to be getting roughly the same interaction. So at this point, with what I've looked into and what I've shown you, you can probably come to your own conclusion about how you feel about this. I obviously don't feel good about it. I don't think the path to success for a company is to get people who don't know what they're doing, sell what is essentially fairy dust. It's a made-up currency, and then say if enough of you use this currency to do nothing other than speculate that it will one day have some actual use case, then we'll get enough transaction fees and then buy an island, and then maybe we'll get it to the point where this is worthwhile putting money in. And paying celebrities with those transaction fees and the money that you've raised to raise more money, and paying content creators to say, oh yeah, this is actually really cool and the CEO is a great guy, is just not the way to go about building a business. And when you look at the team that's involved, who are you? Why do you think you have the experience to buy islands and make communities for people when you've got no experience in doing that? And wouldn't that money that you spent on giving Amber Rose the bag or Lindsay Lohan to promote been better spent like hiring people that know what they're doing and adding some form of legitimacy to your project? So all of these island projects I've looked at so far are just, maybe they're not rug pulls, but it's like you're buying into somebody who has no experience in doing what they're saying they're going to do, and it's a huge undertaking. And then, you look at their social media months down the line after release, like 4 or 5 months or whatever, and the only people posting, they look like bots. I'm just going to throw this one out there. Who else on social media only interacts with one account, only talks about one thing, doesn't like any other things? It's really odd. Yeah, if you invested in Crypto Island, I'm fucking sorry, but you made a terrible judgment on that one. Maybe you shouldn't take your investment advice from Lindsay Lohan, Rich the Kid, more fucking plug walk, and Amber Rose. But there you go, that's Crypto Island. And funnily enough, there's another one of these. I think it's called like Satoshi Land or some shit, which sounds like another amazing place you definitely want to visit. But we'll look into that one at some point. Hopefully you enjoyed the video today. And yeah, I might do a deep dive on the transactions on some of these projects and see like who are dumping the bags, because you can clearly see from the ups and downs on this project that it's very unnatural in the way it moves. If you compare this chart to all the cryptocurrency charts, they're like, oh, there's a bit of a spike here, but it remains consistently trending upwards while crypto is trending upwards. But then you look at this and it's like massive peak, massive valley, trends downwards, massive peak, massive valley, continues to trend downwards, which to me looks like somebody's emptying bags on motherfuckers, driving the price high and then emptying bags. So, whether that's the case or not, we'll see. But hopefully you enjoyed the video. Hopefully you leave a like and leave a comment, and I'll see you on the next one. Stay safe. We're out. Peace.
Want to learn how you can get GeForce Now?
Hello everybody, welcome back to another brand new episode of The Casual Criminalist. As always, hello there, I'm your host, Simon. What happens here? This is a show where I read something that I've never read before. George has put me together a script, which I don't have the title of, because apparently I didn't print it. I don't even know what this is about. It is the... You probably know what the title is, because you clicked on this video or this podcast, and you saw it. I don't. I'm going to read this, and then Jen, our wonderful editor, is going to add some images and some music and stuff like that afterwards. Welcome to the show. Please leave a review if you're listening as a podcast. Consider clicking like. You don't have to yet, obviously. Especially if you're new here and you've never listened to the show before. In which case, you might be wondering what's going on. Well, it's a true crime show. Sort of, isn't it? Let's go. This is big. Look at this, what is going on? For everyone listening, I just lifted up the script, and it's substantial. It's the 9th of June, 1991, on Mutwa Street. Oh my god, really? That's how you pronounce it. George provides me these pronunciation guidelines, and what looks like Mutwa Street looks to be Wu Hua Street. How is that M-A-W? Wu Hua Hua. This is crazy. Chinese language. What's up? Okay, look, they're on this street. Anyway, it's in Hong Kong with like 6 words in. Come on, Whistle Boy, get it together. The relentless and merciless summer heat is beating down on the endless wave of human traffic that fills the pavements. People plod slowly through the streets, jammed shoulder to shoulder, finding themselves unable to rapidly advance through the oddly tightly packed streets. Even without the horrendous humidity that adds laborious effort and discomfort to every step taken and every breath drawn. The only thing that shines brighter than the sun on this hot day is the glistening gold that stuffs the windows of many of the jewelers that ply their trade in this district. I find just I don't mind heat, I don't mind cold, but I hate humidity. I don't like it when it rains, I don't like when it's cold, and I don't like it when it's super humid in the air when it's hot, because you just get sweaty and uncomfortable. If it's just dry heat, you're like, alright, it's hot. But when it's like humid, you're like, oh, I'm sweating like a beast. I actually went to, it's not Hong Kong, I went to China a few years ago. It was unbelievably hot the whole time I was there, like 40 degrees Celsius. And I was just, there's some photos, I went with a mate, and there's just some photos of us, and it's just like we're just outside, and our shirts are just covered in sweat, and it's just like, this is nuts. It's like you just wanted to be inside. It's like, let's not go see anything, let's just stay inside. It's so hot. To you or me, dear viewers, all of these stores would blend into much of a muchness, but for the subject of today's video, he was much more of a discerning customer, and he was looking for a very specific type of jewelry, but he wasn't looking for customer service, value, exclusive selections, or any other facet that you or me might use to stratify these seemingly carbon copy establishments from one another. No, he wanted a store with lax security. I feel like all the stores would get the security at the same place, wouldn't they? Also, I'm really happy, like, dude, the last... I don't know what order these go out in, but the last 2 episodes that I've recorded, one of them was about that Pedro guy in South America who murdered like 300 children. And the one before that was about Israel Keys, who was just some total psycho who was also murdering young people. And oh my god, George, if this is just about people robbing gold, I'm going to be so happy. I mean, not views-wise. Views-wise, the person who murdered 300 children gets way more views. But I need these. I need these robbery ones. Just in between, sprinkled in, for my health. Because for God's sake, if I sat down and recorded another murder one, I think I would, well, it wouldn't be a good time. I'd probably go rob some gold. But I can't do it anymore! Just turn into a criminal myself. Luckily, I've got all the rules for becoming a criminal, which you'll soon be able to purchase in a notebook, which will be coming out. That's right. I don't have a mailing list or anything, so just keep listening to the podcast and you'll find out when that's available. Not very good at marketing. Let's go. The Chow Tai Fook was such a store. As the clock ticked past 1300 hours, the store was all but silent, save for gentle conversation between customers and colleagues. The muffled ambience of the street beyond the bounds of the store's windows, and the mellow drone of the air conditioning compressors working to keep that blistering summer heat at bay. Ah, the sweet, sweet air conditioning. This serenity was shattered in an instant when the store's heavy glass door was fiercely barged open and slammed into a thick mahogany display case with a deafening crack that cut through the building. Customers and colleagues alike snapped their heads in the direction of the sound and saw 5 heavily armed men pouring into the building. Fear filled their beings as the realization dawned on them. It was a robbery. The robbers were dressed in the uniforms of their illicit profession, trainers on their feet, jeans on their legs, thick winter clothes on their coats on their torsos, balaclavas on their faces, sports bag over their shoulders, pistols on their hips, and AK-47s in their hands. I mean, I guess the uniform of their profession. These are automatic weapons? That is a serious robbery. And also, like, trainers make sense. That's pretty clever. But, dude, isn't it like 1,000,000 degrees outside? You're wearing thick winter coats? Is that necessary? Does that, like, hide your gait or something from cameras? The man leading the charge into the store raised his rifle to the ceiling and clamped his finger on the trigger. A storm of 5.56mm bullets unleashed from the terrifying implement's muzzle, and a snowstorm of dislodged plaster fell gracefully from the now porous ceiling as everyone inside dropped to the ground and dived for cover. Men and women alike began weeping as they shoved their hands into their ears with every ounce of strength that they could muster, desperately trying to stop the deafening ringing that was now consuming their focus. This was exactly what the robbers wanted, of course, who, having caused suitable chaos, could now set about securing their loot undisturbed. All the men lunged at specific cabinets, never tripping over each other or getting in each other's way before driving the butts of their rifles through the thin sheet of annealed glass? Brand new word to me in my big brain. That stood between them and their payday. They lay their arms in the amalgamation of precious jewelry and broken glass that now lay on the cabinets and swept it into their bags, then began rotated clockwise to fresh cabinets like a well-oiled machine, repeated and repeated once more until the store was completely picked clean of valuables, with all the subtlety and grace of a vulture picking apart a fresh carcass. I mean, I have to say, they do seem, I mean, it's not graceful because they're smashing open the glass and stuff, but it does seem fairly well-oiled. Like, they all go in, 5 of them. In my mind, this is like one of those really small gold stores. Maybe this is a bigger gold store or whatever, but I imagine them all in the small space. They all know exactly where they're going. They all rotate one position right, and they all very efficiently rob it. There's no shouting at each other. There's no nothing. It's just boom. Everyone knows exactly what they're doing, which honestly is exactly how it should be.
You see me doing throat-seeking liquor store holdups with a born to lose tattoo on my chest?
I'm always saying, especially with the robberies and stuff, yo, if you're going to do a big robbery and there's going to be a big payday, invest some time into getting it right. You know? You're not stealing a car radio so you can sell it for drugs here. The most 90s reference that I've ever made. But you're like professional criminals. This is good. You're doing a good job so far. I feel like in the last 2 videos we could have said anything good about the horrible scumbag criminals. So in this one it's like, good robbers. Skilled. Competent. I mean, it's not good to endorse robbery, is it? But it's just so much like lighter than last week's material, for me recording at least. Whew. Outside of the store, a panic was ensuing. The initial burst of fire as the gunmen entered the store reverberated across the entire street. The concentrated mass of pedestrians, previously squeezed onto the tight pavement, diffused across the road as they began fleeing in all directions. This panic continued to crescendo outwards across the, looking up my pronunciation guide, Kwantong District, and soon even people out of range of the deafening reverberation joined the fleeing crowd. The fleeing crowd was soon noticed by the officers of the Kwantong police station, which just sat a couple of 100 meters away from Hua Street. I know that it's pronounced differently, but I'm not going to go Hua Street. Why is something spelt? And I'm sure there's a reason. It's just, I don't speak Hong Kong? Cantonese? I speak Cantonese in Hong Kong. That's right, isn't it? Mandarin's like mainland China, then Cantonese is Hong Kong. Anyway, look, Cantonese, maybe, who knows. But why is something spelled M-U-T-W-A-H pronounced Wu-Hua? Who knows? Let's carry on. Superintendent James Elms, who happened to be in the station eating lunch, raced out into the street and began pushing through the fleeing crowd to try and find the source of the panic. The crowd quickly thinned as they followed the trail, and within a matter of minutes he found the presumed source, the ominously empty streets. Oh, God damn it, Wuhua Street. Look, if I pronounce it right, I'm sorry. It's just written completely different, isn't it? He drew his revolver and after radioing for backup, began cautiously advancing into the street. He hugged the exterior walls on his left flank for some semblance of cover and moved forward slowly. Hesitantly peering into alleys, shop windows and into cars, having absolutely no idea what he was expecting to find or where he expected to find it. Suddenly he saw it, a balaclava-shrouded head poke out of a jewelry store door. It pivots from left to right, quickly surveys the street and disappears back into the city. Not wanting to escalate into a hostage situation, he did all he could do. He continued to hug the wall and close the distance as fast as he could without making so much noise as to announce his presence. I feel like, yeah, this is a pretty good plan. Like, I would think the guy would just rush into it or call for backup or all this stuff. But this is some solid policing. Be like, yo, if they're just robbing it, there's probably people in there. Let's just not have the police job. Let's just let them leave the building. Because, I mean, yes, it's bad, they stole all the stuff, but it's better than having a hostage situation, isn't it? So just let them leave, and then try and catch them later. That seems to make sense. Hopefully they won't take any hostages with them. In that case, obviously that's a mistake. But I think this is quite a good plan so far. Superintendent Elms wasn't particularly phased at this point. He expected this to be a simple smash-and-grab robbery, the kind of dull affair which typified armed robberies in Hong Kong in this period. One or two guys with hammers. He'd pounce on them, they'd either surrender or get shot, and he'd be back at the station before his cup of lunch was even cold. What he was not expecting was for 5 men carrying automatic rifles to erupt onto the street. Yeah, dude, you've got like one little revolver, you're one cop against 5 dudes with automatic weapons? That's a big fight. You're screwed. Unfortunately for Superintendent Elms, his police uniform was a familiar sight for the hardened criminal gang who spotted him immediately. They had planned for exactly this eventuality. Calmly, one of the gang, no more than 20 yards away, makes eye contact with him, raises his AK-47, points the muzzle squarely at him, and squeezes the trigger. Elms, who fortunately had not been hit in this opening volley, returns the favour and emptied the modest 6-round cylinder of his .38 caliber Smith & Wesson Model 10 revolver towards the bandits. We've got automatic 5 guys with AK-47s, fully auto weapons with God knows how many rounds in that magazine. And he's got 6 bullets. 6 small bullets on his Smith & Wesson revolver. The men begin to return fire, but could only get a few rounds off before the barrels of their rifles are quickly thrown down by the leader of the gang, who gestures for them all to hurry up and follow him. The group sprints towards the final store and piles inside, but this time 2 remain outside. With military precision, 2 gunmen take parallel positions on the street on each lane of the road. They drop to one knee for stability and lay down suppressive fire whenever Superintendent Coombs pokes his head above the car that is behind. Dude, you've got no bullets left. You emptied it. So, I mean, maybe as a spare, like, revolver slip in his pocket or whatever. Dude, know you're outgunned. Call in Hong Kong SWAT and leave. It's okay.
You make me sound like a coward, and I'm not a coward.
No one thinks you're a coward. You're just making the sensible move. Maybe that's not what policemen are supposed to do, but I would be out of there. Fortunately, Superintendent Elms, those reinforcements it radioed for earlier began to arrive. Officers in cars and vans planted their right feet to the floor as they tore towards Wuhua Street, engines screaming against their red lines, and dismounted officers arrived on the scene with empty lungs and blistered feet as every available officer radioed to save their pandemic comrades. The thieves have other ideas, however, and fire upon any officer who enters within the range of their beastly implements. Indeed, arriving officers are armed with the same .38 caliber revolver as Superintendent Elms and are completely outmatched by the superior firepower of the bandits. They form a roadblock over the weight. Elms or such robbery, 20 men and counting, being held on by 2. The police tactical unit, PTU, and the special duties unit, SDU, are attempting to push through to the scene with heavy weaponry. It's Hong Kong SWAT, but the powerful Mercedes and Audis carrying them are restricted to a walking pace by the afternoon gridlock of the Kowloon Peninsula. Their base is too far away from the scene for them to be accessible by foot. The thieves are finally satisfied after clearing their 5th jewelry store on the street. Why not just do one at a time? Just do one, go away, and then come back the next week or the next year and do the next one.
It's just something I do. I love stealing things.
Doing 5 at once is brazen. The two men on the street are joined by two more who likewise take to their knees and begin taking pot shots at the police lines, gentle-spirited reminders that they were woefully outgunned and was to stay back if they didn't want to finish their shift in a casket. The fifth man ran to a small microvan parked in front of Chow Tai Fook. He throws his bag in the back, starts it up, and swings it around in a violent J-turn and parks it in the middle of the defensive line that the men had formed. Methodically, the men take it in turns to one by one throw their bags in the back, jump into a seat, and then provide covering fire from the van for the next man, who repeated the process. The final man, the gang leader, leaves the police two parting gifts before jumping into the van, his middle finger and the rest of the magazine, which he sprays wildly into the police lines. The tiny vehicle then takes off down the street with all the haste its microscopic engine could muster, turns into a small alley the police had overlooked, and it disappears. I'm kind of impressed that they managed to get away. It's like this has been like fully surrounded, and you're in the middle of a city, and they just whoosh, sneak away. I mean, wow. The entire saga didn't even last 15 minutes, and in that time, the gang fired 54 rounds at the police, robbed 5 stores, made off with 5.4 million Hong Kong dollars, about $700,000 in jewelry. It doesn't. I know it's a lot of money. I know $700,000 is a lot of money, but is it really? Like, you robbed 5 jewelry stores. Don't those stores get robbed in London and France and stuff? And it's like, the guys make off with like millions, tens of millions of pounds or dollars or euros or whatever worth of jewelry. This doesn't seem like that big of a heist, but they got 5 stores. Also, you shot at police and you managed to secure, you got 5 AK-47s from somewhere. Those black market guns have got to be expensive. Let's say they're like $5,000 each, because I just watched a movie where they were buying black market guns. Let's say they cost like $5,000, like off, secret guns or whatever, like you can't just go into a gun shop and buy them. Let's say that's like $25,000 right there. And your return's only $700,000. Is this a high enough return thing for the risk? You're also shooting at the cops. That's going to get you in big trouble. They take that seriously.
It is the risk we all took.
It was carefully planned and expertly executed by a master criminal gang. The man who heard barking orders at the robbers and unceremoniously giving his opinion figure to the police before making his escape was their leader. His name was Yip Kai Foon. I've got a note here. Yip Kai Foon is actually a horrible transliteration of his name, but it's the one that's most familiar, so I deemed it most appropriate. In Mandarin, it'd be pronounced as Yi Ji Wan. Yi Ji Wan. Instead of Yip Kai Foon. That is totally different. Oh my god. Like, I learned Czech. I'm not learning Czech currently because I'm taking a little bit of a break because it got quite intense and I've got a busy life. But I think that language is quite difficult. It's like, it's not easy. People say it's a difficult language. And then it's like Mandarin. So maybe they do speak Mandarin in Hong Kong. I don't know. George lives in Hong Kong, by the way, if we didn't know. I thought that was difficult. But this Mandarin, my. He was Hong Kong's most infamous and dangerous gangster, and he was a man who stole millions of dollars with the use of an AK-47. And this is his story. Wow, George, you are competing with Danny for long introductions on that one. That's like, I mean, it's not really an introduction, it's like a cold open. That's like 3 and a bit pages. Early life. You'll often read articles and watch documentaries regarding Yip Kai Foon, which claim his formative years are unknown, wrapped in mystery, and they're elusive. This is not the case, and in fact we have a remarkably detailed understanding of the man's early life. I, George, discovered this through the use of a small but ingenious research hack that I like to call reading the Chinese sources. George, I'm assuming you read Mandarin then, which is, I don't know if you were born in Hong Kong or like what your story is, but I'm still impressed with that. It's pretty cool. There's those random videos, like one random video that came up, you know how you're sometimes just browsing YouTube and you get the most random shit on your homepage. There's one where it's like, random white guy orders perfect Chinese in Chinese restaurants. And I'm like, yeah, that's pretty cool. It's like some spy shit, right? It's like where someone suddenly just knows, it's some Jason Bourne. It's like Jason Bourne style. Just because you don't expect it. Born in, and I also do like how this one and the last one, where David found some detail, is like, yo, all the stuff on the internet in true crime says this. But I actually looked into it, and it's not true. Like the guy, he was getting interrogated, and all like tons of sources online said that he was a pastor, like he was a religious guy, and it's like, no, his name is Pastor. Like his first name is Pastor. That's all. I like it when we go deeper. Born in 1961 in Shanwei City, Guangdong Province, a young... Oh god, this Shanwei Shi. Shanwei Si. Shanwei Si. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh god. It's so Guangdong. Shanwei Si, Guangdong. I'm so sorry, everyone. Anyway, so there's this place in Hong Kong. Or is it? No, it's Guangdong Province. Shanwei City. I have no idea. Oh my. A young, anyway, young Yip Kai-foon, whose name isn't even Yip Kai-foon, was born into the tragically typical poverty that defined many Chinese lives before post-Mao socialism with Chinese characteristics. Reforms transformed the country into the economic juggernaut that it is today. His childhood, I think I brought this up before, but I went to China in like 2009, 2010, and then I went again 10 years later, basically. I was like, oh my god, the difference was insane. Even in 2009, China was fairly rich and developed. And then I went back, but it was, you know, not everyone's on iPhones. iPhones really, they weren't really around yet. But then I just went back like 10 years later. I was like, oh my god. It went from like regular to like, oh, okay. So I mean, it's rich. It's like this whole part. I mean, the coast, the East Coast. It's like, yeah. I'm sure China's like overall, there's so much poverty in there's poverty in China still. Yeah, for sure. But like, in like the rural regions, it's much different. But it was like that East Coast. It's like these are big, rich cities. It was intense. His childhood home had straw on the floor, mud in the walls, dirt on the floor, and no running water or electricity. He received a basic education at a small community school in the then village of Shangguo. His education continued until 1970, when the destructive winds of the Cultural Revolution arrived at his small village. We aren't sure exactly what happened after then. All we know is that in 1971, there were no more teachers to continue the young Kai-foon's education, and his studies stopped after the primary 3 level. Yip Kai-foon's paper trail disappears at this point, so there's therefore little, if anything, known about his later childhood and teenage years. We can, however, have a reasonable guess that it wasn't exactly a period overflowing with joy, happiness, and prosperity for the young man. Likely he engaged in petty criminality and generally did what he had to do to support his family in those difficult times. Eventually, he made the same choice many southern Chinese men made in that period. He went to the economically verdant Bantu and Hong Kong to make his fortune. Arrival in Hong Kong and early crimes. A 17-year-old Yip Kai-foon arrived in Hong Kong in 1978 as an illegal immigrant, and for a time he tried to lead an honest and law-abiding life before eventually being seduced by the swift and ample paydays that came with a career in armed robbery. Ah, yes, the temptations of armed robbery. So, oh man, crime must be stressful. Like, I get it. Like, you know, armed robbery, it's like, yeah, you know, it's a really good way to... it's a really good way. You're going to make a lot of money very quickly, but it's also dangerous. You can end up in prison. Risk versus reward. When he arrived, he took up employment at a fan factory owned by pronunciation guide, Liu Langshong. Liu Langshong, a famous and very successful business magnate who still operates in Hong Kong. According to Liu Langshong, Yip Kai-foon was a very professional and hard-working employee. He always arrived on time, always worked hard, took very little sick leave, and he didn't join his fellow employees on strike. Yip Kai-foon left a very positive impression on this guy after his arrest and imprisonment in 1996. Spoiler alert. Liu Nanchong donated amply to Yip Kai-foon's defense fund. He also financially supported Kai-foon's wife and daughter following his arrest, paying off their mortgage on the mainland. Well, that's super kind. He must have made a really good impression. Also, I'm assuming you just went to prison later for robbery. Although shooting at the police, I'm like, you could kill them. Yip Kai-foon did not keep up this honest streak for long. However, friends of Kai-foon, who spoke to the press in the years following his downfall, spoke of 2 major push factors that drove Kai-foon into the life of violent crime and made him famous. I guess one of those things is money! The first quite pragmatic reason was that Yip Kai-foon had accumulated a series of eye-raisingly large gambling debts, to say nothing of his financial obligations to his family back home. Therefore, he needed money. He needed it now. And robbery provided an obvious means by which to acquire large sums of money very quickly. The second, more abstract reason was that Yip Kai-Foon gradually became consumed by bitterness due to his poverty and the seemingly lavish luxury all of his fellow Hong Kongers appeared to enjoy. He, after all, was a child of peasants, and he never got the opportunities that many others took for granted, and now he was fighting for scraps, both literally and figuratively, in a city whose wealth was expanding exponentially. Yeah, I mean, it's got to be pretty hard. Like, is that Keeping Up with the Joneses thing? It's got to be pretty hard when, like, you're a peasant and everyone around you is super rich. And then you're like, oh man, I wish I was super rich, but I don't have any useful skills. Guess I better get into crime. Every time, you just go home and feel like good among. It's like, I don't know, the idea of like the big fish in the small ponds. That's kind of nice, isn't it? Isn't that better? Isn't that like a better recipe for happiness? I know it's probably not a better recipe for success. Because obviously, if you're like in a super competitive environment, it's like, yeah, like I don't know really any other YouTubers. I mean, vaguely, occasionally, and stuff. But it's like, yeah, I'm definitely the biggest YouTuber I know. But if I lived in a city where there were loads more and they were way more successful than me, I'd be like, oh man, come on, what the hell? But I don't know. So I'd probably be like, I'd work more, and I work a lot already. Every time he left his tiny communal dormitory, he would be greeted with the sight of a Rolls-Royce, a Ferrari, a Louis Vuitton handbag, and it appears the resentment that built up was simply too much for him to bear. If he couldn't get the luxuries he craved through honest hard labour, he would take them. Yip Kai-Foon's first known robbery was on the 10th of October 1984. He led a 5-man gang to the King Fook Jewelry Company in... Oh my god, that's how you pronounce that, George? It's spelt like Tasim, Tasa, Tasui. And it's pronounced Yen Sha Sui. What the hell's going on? We're already translating. Not translating, but Chinese is written in, like, characters. They're Chinese characters, right? You know what I mean. We're already translating them to, like, ABCD alphabet. Is that the Roman alphabet? No. Latin alphabet? Something like that. That alphabet's got a name, like the regular alphabet that English is. Why can't we at least make it phonetic, then? Why does it have to be all weird? And he executed a crude and unrefined version of the model that would come to dictate his robberies for the rest of his criminal career. The gang stormed inside the store, having chosen it for its weak security and proximity to viable escape routes, waved Soviet TT-33 pistols in the air, let off a few rounds, and while the staff were distracted with terror, smashed the display cases, threw the jewelry into sports bags before jumping into a stolen getaway car and disappearing before the police could respond. The second known robbery was on the 27th of October 1984. Wow, that's like 17 days later. Bold, guys, bold. This time the target was the Dixon Jewelry Store in Central. Once again, the gang of 5 stormed inside, created havoc, stripped the store bare of jewelry, and fled before the police could even arrive on the scene. Between both of these robberies, 2 million Hong Kong dollars, that's $250,000 US dollars, were stolen, but Yip Kai-Foon was still young, inexperienced, and naive. It would be long before he slipped up and was firmly behind bars. Arrest. The increasing audacity, frequency, and severity of Yip Kai-Foon's robberies made him a major target for the Royal Hong Kong Police Force, who were hot on his tail to try and apprehend him and see this dangerous man removed from Hong Kong streets. Time and time again, the police's network of underworld informers would provide intelligence about Kai-Foon trying to fence some of his plunder, but like a phantom, the man would have completed the sale and disappeared by the time officers, uniformed or otherwise, arrived on the scene to hopefully catch him red-handed. While this cannot be verified with any other evidence, so take it with a pinch of salt, veteran officers interviewed for the completion of this episode. What? George, I have to say, mad respect. I think you mentioned this in an email to me, and I completely forgot about it. But you did go and talk to people, and you dig up all this stuff, and you read the original channel sources. It's really impressive stuff. I mean, I feel like I'm blowing my own horn here a little, because it's my show, and I present this, and like, look how great I am. But no, just credit to George here, because that is above and beyond, and I love it. Thank you. They spoke of a rumor that Kai-Foon even took to completing his sales outside of police stations. Bold. Whether this was due to some grandiose scheme about hiding in plain sight or simply an enormous pair of proverbial criminal testicles, no one could elaborate either. This would not last forever, however, and whether due to the arrogance of hubris, bad luck, or simple statistical inevitability, Yip Kai-Foon's winning streak would come to an end, and a masterly executed plainclothes police sting operation would see him arrested before the end of the year. 2 months after the King Fook Jewellery Store robbery, Commissioner of Police Roy Henry tasks officers Gregory Lamb of the Crime Intelligence Bureau to get evidence to see the thief arrested and charged by any means necessary. The two converse, and over the course of several days, debate the merits of different approaches to snagging him. Gregory Lamb was overwhelmed when he proposed to try and catch him without believing it to be too slow and too dangerous an approach. Commenting in a later TV interview, he noted, "When he committed these robberies, he and his gang are very well trained. They act quickly, and they can finish the job in a few minutes." The pair instead decided to attempt to intercept him while he was in the process of fencing stolen goods, believing that he would be off guard, easily to subdue, and hopefully unarmed. Commissioner Roy Henry then formally greenlit the operation, allocated Gregory Lamb men and resources, and quipped about looking forward to hosting the armed robber in his cells. It's very bold, guys. It's like, we're definitely going to catch him. It's like, okay, but what if you don't? It's embarrassing. Just, I feel like it's better to just do it and then be like, look what we did. Yay. Rather than like, then if you don't catch him, everyone's going to be like,
oh, what a loser.
Police commissioner, shouldn't we? With few leads and little information to go on, Lamb starts making full use of his comprehensive network of underworld informants, ordering them to keep their ears to the ground for people and exchanges that fit the slim pattern of information that they do have. They know that their suspect is a Rolex man. 15 notes. Great taste. Yes! Yeah, I also like Rolex. Nice watch brands. After looking for some common threads in the inventories, I like that George just left me a note being like Rolex. Classy. Okay. After looking for common threads in the inventories of stolen goods during raids and the types of jewelry stores that he hit, they also know that logically the stolen goods have to be fenced, as one can't exactly barter portions of Rolex watch for Big Macs and bent payments. Accordingly, they task their informants specifically to be on the lookout for questionably large quantities of Rolex watches being moved with questionably few authentication papers. Yeah, that's going to be... because they've all got individual serial numbers, right? So, aren't those ones all going to be red flagged as stolen and then very hard to shift? And I mean, you're not going to buy a Rolex where without papers. It sounds fairly risky. It's like, I mean, there's lots of fake ones and stolen ones. Due to the extensive breadth and depth with which the police networks of informants penetrated the dark underbelly of Hong Kong's criminal underworld, it didn't take long before Officer Lamb found their man. Gregory Lamb then set about assembling a crack plainclothes police team to pose as buyers and snare their suspect. Sergeant Lee Kwong Ming, note exactly as you'd go to pronouncing it, Lee Kwong Ming, nailed it. A veteran police officer, already highly decorated with bravery, is chosen to lead the undercover operation. Now viewers, I could give you a suitably exciting and dramatic detail of the arrest myself, but instead, as the knowledge-hungry, wrinkled brains that I know you are, I think you would all much rather hear this tale's conclusion from the horse's mouth. So, let us hear it in Sergeant Lee Kwong Ming's words. Okay. Quote, "My direct supervisor finished the meeting and pulled me into the room. He told me that he has a mission for me. He said there is a case about selling stolen goods, and we would like you to pretend to be the buyer in this mission. I was handed the money, and my superior said, don't lose the money. This is a big responsibility, but do your best. Do it properly." Very, laissez-faire police work, isn't it? It's like, yeah, okay, look, there's a guy who stolen stuff. Go buy it off him, all right? Here's a big pile of cash. Carry on. We met him and the robber said only one person will come inside the car. So I walked in alone to the car with the money. My other colleague was a few meters away. I hand the bag to Kai-Foon and thought maybe I should remove the money from the bag to distract his attention. I took $10,000 out and I said to the robber, look, here's the money. And I started counting it in front of him. But he was holding a gun and started looking around left to right. He used both hands to count the money. When I saw this, I thought it was a good chance. I made a dash towards him, trying to grab the gun from him. Then I shouted, don't move! Police! I took the gun to Yip Kai-Foon's head and grabbed his hands. But he removed the gun and started firing. Bang, bang, bang. I told him, put your hands up, otherwise I'll shoot you. We kept fighting each other for a while. Bang, bang, bang. I put my hand on top of the gun to stop him, and it started bleeding. But still, I kept hitting the gun many times. Me and my colleague eventually subdued him. With that, Yip Kai-Foon was finally behind bars. But not for very long. Oh, Oh, we're getting a prison break. I love it. The prison break. In 1985, Yip Kai-foon was sentenced to 18 years at Stanley Maximum Security Prison, built in Found Family Connection. My great uncle, Sub-Inspector Charles Goodwin, started the criminal investigation at the Yonma-tae police station and was interned by in 1941, being killed in 1944, refusing to collaborate with the Kempeitai occupational force. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. There was I guess you didn't know him. It was the 1940s. Great uncle, though. That would make them the age of... Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That's sad. I realised reading this, I don't know very much about Hong Kong. I know it was British until like 1997, but I only know one guy who was born in Hong Kong, but it was just because his dad worked there. But I guess it's like it's like old. This is fascinating. I'd love to learn more about like the lives of. They're not British people, I guess. Like Hong Kongers. I don't know. It's so strange. I'm going to read more about that after recording this. I feel like that's something I would know about, given how many videos I've read. But let's carry on. Built in 1937, this cathedral of incarceration was considered one of the finest correctional facilities in the British Empire. An 18-foot-tall reinforced concrete wall flanked the facility on all sides, which was in turn dressed with lashings of razor wire and a healthy sprinkling of guard towers manned by the finest marksmen of the Hong Kong Correctional Services. It was highly staffed, with one armed guard for every 2 inmates on shift at all times of the day. You don't see that much. Like, normally it's like, yeah, the prison was designed for 6 people, and now there's 700,000. Oh. Typical. Even if you could escape from this imposing facility, where would you go? As you may know, if you've ever consumed a single piece of media about the city, Hong Kong isn't exactly a city overflowing with space and handy secluded places one could hide from the law, with some districts of the city housing as many as 340,000. Got a note, the district in question is Mong Kok. Well, is it? There's restaurants and weird employees there now. I'd love to go to Hong Kong. I can't believe I've never been. I should go. I mean, it's COVID. I've traveled for ages. But at some point, in like 30 years, when I'm retired. Last time I went to China, it wasn't difficult, but I had to go into the embassy. I've told the story before, but every time I have to apply for a visa, especially China, I don't like it's like just the advertising. And, yeah, I wasn't going to. It was a bit more intense than it was to be. This brief survey of the situation would no doubt discourage most of us from attempting to escape Scandinavia. Prison certainly was uncle not being terribly harmful. Listen to learn how the rifle rounds sound back. Such conclusions were formed by Yip Kai-foon, who on the 24th of August, after serving 4 years of his sentence, decided the whole incarceration malarkey has become somewhat irksome. And he was leaving. Like a pathetic yet wise high school student trying to bunk off school, Yip Kai-foon laid the groundwork of his excuses early, commenting to anyone who would heed him that he was suffering from a bit of a dicky belly. Then, after a couple of days of no doubt superb acting, he clutched his stomach in mock agony and fell to the floor during a caged exercise. Screaming and writhing in agony, the guards rushed over to Kai-foon's side. He articulated about agonizing aching around his abdomen. Normally your prisoners were taken to the custodial ward of the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, but through damned luck, wouldn't you believe it, this ward happened to be full to capacity. So Yip Kai-foon was thrown on a stretcher and driven by ambulance to Queen Mary Hospital 10 miles away, on the other side of Hong Kong Island instead, and placed into general admissions. If you'll allow me to don my tinfoil hat for a moment, ladies and gentlemen in the audience, I'm going to go out on a whim and guess that this was not in fact a coincidence, and may in fact have been planned by Kai-foon. What? You don't say. Sometimes this isn't a conspiracy, this is just a plot. To prevent the obvious from happening, 2 armed police sergeants were placed at Yip Kai-foon's side 24/7 during his stay in hospital, and he was handcuffed to his bed. Surely, the senior wardens no doubt reasoned, he won't be pulling any naughtiness now, but as particularly astute viewers or listeners have no doubt deduced from the title of this chapter, naughtiness was in fact pulled. Yip Kai-foon claimed that he had to go to the bathroom. The guards hesitated, not sure if it was safe to remove their prisoner's shackles for even a moment. But eventually they acquiesced to his request, and they wished to spare him the indignity of having to relieve himself in a bedpan without any physical ailment to force the need of one. What? Be like, if he doesn't have any physical ailment, then it's going to be very easy for him to just... It'd be like, yeah, grab that bedpan, go into the corner of the room, and pee in it. Come on.
I can't do it.
He was escorted to the bathroom and insisted that he was going inside alone. How is he getting away with this? As the door slid shut, I don't understand. Just turn your back. Just make him go into the stall, keep the stall door open, and be like, great, pee in the toilet. I'm going to be watching you from behind. I can't see anything. And even if I could, I'm a professional.
Hey! Good job, buddy!
That's okay. He'll be like, I can't go when you're looking at me. So don't go. Just go back to the room and do it in the bedpan. He's a bad criminal. As soon as the door slid shut, all appearances of his supposed stomach ailment disappeared, and Kai-foon began frantically searching the bathroom for any possible means of escape. Immediately he noticed the slim privacy window that sat just at the peak of the wall, high and small enough to afford a man his dignity and prevent passers-by from seeing his bowel movements, but just thin enough to allow some light into the room. Fortunately for Kai-foon, light was not the only thing that fit through this small window, and after some inelegant scrambling, he pulled himself through the window and dropped down onto the hard gravel of the hospital's perimeter path that sat outside. Oh my god, where are you going to go now, though? You've got like minutes to make a getaway, and then every police person in the city is going to be on your ass. This is fairly exciting. Yip Kai-foon immediately started sprinting away from the hospital. Unsure of his bearings, he bolted straight down a hill adjacent to the hospital until he found a road. He threw himself in front of a car occupied by a 37-year-old man and his 6-year-old son, who ironically had been headed to Queen Mary Hospital to pick up his wife. Kai-foon jumped inside and barked at the man to start driving anywhere but the hospital. They took the southbound road towards Aberdeen, a relatively sparse district on the western edge of Hong Kong Island. Yip Kai-foon also took the man's clothes. According to the man's police testimony, Kai-foon was surprisingly cordial during this encounter, although he did admit that due to prison fatigues that he was clad in, he decided the best course of action was to humor him and not try his patience. Yes, if someone has stolen your car and is being all violent and is wearing prison clothes as if they are on the run from a prison, give them your clothes and the car and just hope that everything will be okay, because they're in prison for a reason, probably because they're a violent criminal. Especially if they're escaping from prison. No one escapes from prison if they're in there for like, I don't know, a year or 2 years. No one's like, oh yeah, I'll try escaping, because then you're going to get way more time when they catch you, and they will catch you. Like, number of prison escapes where it's like, yeah, then they were never found. It's like basically zero. After an impulsive change of plan, Yip Kai-foon ordered the car to stop at the Wong Chuk Hang en route to Aberdeen and jumped out of the car. He then apologized to the man for the inconvenience caused and lamented that on account of having just escaped from prison, he had nothing to offer the man to show his appreciation for the cooperation. Kai-foon then joined the back of the queue along the edge of the street, hopped onto the next bus, and disappeared. Now, just before we get into the rest of today's video, let me please thank today's sponsors. First of all, CuriosityStream. CuriosityStream is a subscription streaming service that offers thousands of non-fiction movies and shows from some of the world's best filmmakers, including exclusive originals. They've got millions of subscribers, and they've got new shows being added every week on history, science, tech, military history, and a whole lot more. And they got so much stuff. They're always saying we're adding new content every week, and it's like, how would you finish their huge library anyway? But, you know, they're keeping it up to date. They're adding new stuff. It's also available on many platforms. Look, there's a huge list of them here, but basically, if you've got a screen that was made in the last, I don't know, 5 years, 10 years, you're going to be able to download that CuriosityStream app and get to playing. Also, you can watch it on your smart TV, of course, or through Chromecast, all that good stuff. Content is, yeah, like they say, there's a huge list. Science, nature, history, technology. Oh my god, the list is vast. What would I recommend? I would recommend, if you're enjoying Casual Criminalist, you probably like that kind of investigative stuff, definitely check out the show Secret Societies. Here's a little blurb, by the way. Secret societies play a far larger role in our everyday lives than we're aware of. This 3-part documentary accompanies Dr. Marian Fussell on his search for clues surrounding history's most famous secret societies and conspiracy theories. Look, if you kind of like the investigative part of this show, you're gonna dig that on CuriosityStream. Go to curiositystream.com/criminalist for unlimited access to the world's top documentaries and non-fiction series. And for you guys Just use the code Criminalist. You get 25% off, which works out at $14.99 a year, which is just $1.25 a month, which is absurd value. I feel like, you know, even unnamed, more expensive streaming services are good value. $1.25 a month is what I would describe as absurd value. The criminal continues his crime caper. Immediately after his escape from prison, Yip Kai-foon went dark. Very little is known about his activities during this period, with police believing that he slipped across the mainland border and took refuge in his home in Haifeng. This is the thing. China's really big. Like, once you get onto that mainland, surely you could just disappear into the mountains or some tiny village somewhere. Like, Hong Kong police, so it's like, good luck. Good luck. Here he had a large network of friends and family who protected him, sheltered him, and the lack of extradition treaty between Hong Kong and China in this period meant he could enjoy some rest and relaxation without having to constantly look over his shoulder. Wow. I guess that makes sense. Like, no extradition between Hong Kong and China. But that's pretty intense. You just cross that border, and it's like, yeah, you got in your jurisdiction, and China's not extraditing. So, f you, Hong Kong. That's pretty intense. Non-extradition is weird. I mean, I get why it exists, because it's like, countries are like, yo, your authority doesn't extend to my country. We got to have a treaty. And sometimes those treaties don't get set up. But it is pretty intense. Like, you could just, yeah, once you're there, free man. The China-Hong Kong border in this period was notoriously porous. It wasn't very long, but it was very complicated politically and geographically, which made it hard to police. Using Dai Fei, big flyer speedboats, highly modified speedboats stripped of their unnecessary weight and equipped with anywhere from 4 to 8 very powerful outboard engines, Yip Kai-foon was able to essentially enter and leave Hong Kong entirely at his own leisure. Would you go back to Hong Kong? I don't think I would. I'll just continue my crime career elsewhere. Being like, yeah, I'm not from Hong Kong. There's plenty of other places I can do crime. And if I go back to Hong Kong, I escaped from prison and I'm wanted. I'm going back to prison for a very long time. Whereas if I'm in China, they can't do Why would I go back to Hong Kong? That seems super risky. It's also believed that during this period on the mainland, Yip Kai-foon acquired the AK-47s that would become so famously associated with his crimes. Contrary to what you will hear, some articles state Kai-foon did not use Chinese-produced weapons, but Soviet ones. These weapons came into China following the Sino-Vietnam War, when unscrupulous mainland triads used the chaos of the war to secure caches of weapons from surrendered or war-weary Vietnamese forces. In June 1991, Yip Kai-foon returned to Hong Kong using the aforementioned Dai Fei speedboats to effortlessly slip across the border. Almost immediately after he committed the infamous Kwun Tong robbery we discussed at the start of this episode, which, lest we forget, saw Kai-foon rob 5 jewelry stores in a single day while facing heavy police resistance. This robbery saw a 1 million Hong Kong dollar, that's $128,000 US dollar, bounty put on his head, and he was formally listed as Hong Kong's most wanted man. Why are you doing this robbery in Hong Kong where you're already wanted? I guess because then, oh, okay, I kind of get it. Because then if he can escape back to China, he's free again. So if he just does all of his crimes in Hong Kong and then immediately escapes to China every time, one of these speedboats, that's actually quite a genius plan. I take back everything I said. This guy's one step ahead of me. The years 1991 to 1996 became a veritable orgy of robbery and criminality for Yip Kai-foon as he hit jewelry stores again and again and again. All his robberies fit the same pattern that we discussed in the introduction. Get some heavily armed, handy blokes, hit weakly defended stores, close to fast escape routes, hit them hard, hit them fast, and respond to any attempts to resist with volleys of furious 7.62mm AK-47 fire. Yip Kai-foon and his crew operated with military efficiency and professionalism. They were well trained, they were motivated, and their robberies were planned and practiced meticulously. Yeah, as we saw at the start, when they go in, they break those things, and then they rotate. Rotate. Easy. Hong Kong was mesmerized by Yip Kai-foon as his heists grew more and more audacious, and he grew into something of a criminal celebrity. Security footage of him brandishing a rifle is plastered across every single news station and newspaper. Teenagers, and youngsters in particular, became enthralled with Kai-foon's exciting criminal persona. Children in playgrounds spent their recesses reenacting his latest robbery, with sticks filling the role of the veritable AK-47. The regulars of blue-collar drinking holes held toasts to Yip Kai-foon, whose targeting of the wealthy and relatively collateral damage-free robberies had made him something of an up-and-coming folk hero in certain circles. It is fascinating how we, romanticize violent criminals, isn't it? It's kind of weird. But I'm also like, yeah, I mean, the escape from prison and stuff, it's like when he's not hurting anyone, you're like, it's kind of fun. It's bad. The Hong Kong police pulled out all the stops attempting to bring Yip Kai-foon to justice, and prove once and for all that there's no glamour in his lifestyle. The police tactical unit, a semi-elite branch of the police which received a higher standard of tactical training and whose officers were qualified to graduate from carrying revolvers to carrying submachine guns and automatic rifles, was allocated extra funding and saw its ranks swell. The Special Duties Unit, a hyper-elite unit which blurred the line between SWAT team and Military Special Forces unit, received crates of new cutting-edge weaponry and was sent to train with the SAS in the United Kingdom. Even regular officers on the beat carried Yip Kai-Foon's photo at all times and were issued with extra complements of ammunition for their revolvers in case they were to encounter him. His robberies during this period were too numerous for us to be able to examine each of them in depth. So now let's take a quick cursory look at all the known robberies that Yip Kai-Foon can firmly be linked to. June the 9th, 1991, 5 jewelry stores are robbed in Kwantong, I think. As discussed at the introduction, 54 shots were fired at the police, and the gang escaped with 5.7 million Hong Kong dollars, 700,000 US dollars in jewelry. 10th of March 1992, nearly a year later, Yip Kai-Foon and his gang robbed 2 jewelry stores on Taipo Road, Shim Sha Po. 65 shots were fired at the police when they escaped with 3 million Hong Kong dollars, 385,000 US dollars in jewelry. 6th of January 1993, Yip Kai-Foon and his gang raid jewelry store on Nathan Road, Mong Kok. Coincidentally, in the building where I lived when I first moved to Hong Kong. So George did move to Hong Kong, but then his granddad, his great uncle was... Okay, George, your life is like... It's a mystery. It's exciting. I feel like you might be a spy.
Get some rest, Mom. You look tired.
6th of January 1990. It's a friend of mine. It's like he's just the most mysterious guy. He's lived in all these different places. He's done all these different jobs. He has like 4 passports, and we just call him a spy because it's like, yeah. If anyone's, I mean, he's only not a spy because it would be way too obvious that he's a spy. But he's so spy-like. It's weird, and he has good reasons for having 4 passports. He's got like parents of different identities, and then he was born somewhere else, and then he had another one for I don't know why. But it's like it's complicated, but exciting. 6th of January 1990. It's like the opposite. I'm like, I suppose I live in a different country, but I only have 1 passport because my Czech's not good enough to pass the Czech language test. 6th of January 1993. Yip Kai-Foon and his gang raid a jewelry store on Nathan. I read that already. I'm sorry. Did I? Oh no, I didn't. I did. I don't know. Oh, here's where I were. We were talking about George's first house in Hong Kong, or flat or whatever. I don't know. Houses in Hong Kong? I don't imagine with that population density, probably not many. 30 rounds are fired at the police and a female passerby is tragically killed. One of Kai-Foon's accomplices is shot in the back of the head. As the gang make their getaway, his body is dumped out of the fleeing car. The gang escaped with 2.5 million Hong Kong dollars, $320,000 in jewelry. 12th of May 1995, Yip Kai-Foon, moonlighting with another gang, steals 29 million Hong Kong dollars. That's 3.75 million US dollars.
What's this? There's potential spawn sign this way. think that was on Emirs. Question is, who is he fighting? I think he has a buddy. So I think this one guy fighting. Oh. Let's go off to my left. Somewhere. Where's this fucking scav? I get killed by the scav. I fucking know it. I can never find the scavs around here. I die to the scavs around here so much, it's ridiculous. It's really ridiculous. I like spawn over in the village. I can find them over there. I think it was a solo. It looked like a solo. Jesus Christ.
Левый коронный, правый похоронный.
What bullets these cunts take? Honest to God. I don't know if it's just bad hit, right? I just made them just way too tough. Although my frame rate dying halfway through that did not help. These cunts have gotten super aggressive though. That's for armor. I'll explain some shit. Can I see where I died him? Yeah, I can. Right. Fucking scavs. Don't think that dude needs a spawn stone. Although to be fair, woods especially the spawns are very hit and miss. Question is, was the player shooting at me or Scav? Scav. Very, very pissed off and aggressive Scav.
Говно собачье! Решил ко мне лезть? Ты, засранец! They really want me dead, huh? Okay. Ooh. So I guess I did kill that one. That must be offside dude then. I would assume. The hell? Where the fuck is this AK came from then? Ah. That explains some shit. Yep, there we go. Don't remember hearing much suppression down here. But I got suppressed guns, so. Not two of them.
Another grizzly. It's a good statement, but not the Sims I'm after, unfortunately. Big extract. Two birds, one's done. So he killed that guy and then I killed him. I think that's what went on there. Shift. I get shot on route, no my luck. Oh, we give it a go. I got that one. I don't like his position at all. Did not like his position. One fucking bit. Heavy as fuck, and I made a lot of noise getting here. Stop it. Them too? Seem likely. Nice that the frame rate calmed down enough for me to actually use it as any sort of fucking help. Fucking frame rate, man. There's no reason why frame rate to be this bad. Absolutely no good reason for it. That's a dead scav anyway. I see your mines and shit earlier. So. Technically a player. That is a dead BMC. start something tomorrow, right? Fucking frame rate, seriously. Game, do a background, clear cache or something, because this is ridiculous. My computer is more than powerful enough to run this damn thing. I think that may be one of my shooter born in heaven tasks. Dear God, though, they really need to fix this fucking frame issue. Like, if I was playing a dog shit card, I'd get it, but I'm just not. There's about 5 scabs out the way, so it's like another 5 to go. I think. Ah, fuck, I need 80 meters. Fuck. That's a lot of bullets there. I need to reboot the game because I'm getting horrendous raindrops. That is fucking infuriating. There's literally no reason for it, so.
Worth of gambling chips and cash from the Hyatt Regency Hotel in Macau. Kidnappings. A popular man in Hong Kong's pre-handover underworld, Yip Koi-Fu nurtured and grew a large network of trusted confidants and associates, which only grew exponentially with a man's own infamy. One such man in Kai-Fun's network was one Chiemgize. Oh my god. You just see the pronunciation on that? How is that even possible? Cheong Tsi Kyung. I know it's incorrect. I'm so sorry. A notorious tycoon kidnapper, robber, and arms smuggler in his own right, who Simon will hopefully be featuring in an upcoming episode himself in the not too distant future. Sounds rather exciting. 25. Note. His claims to fame include ransoming businesses and their families for over 2 billion Hong Kong dollars. That's like 200 million regular dollars, right? 2 billion minus. Yeah, that's about right. Good lord. Over $200 million worth of Hong Kong dollars of robbery from Kai Tak Airport. Oh my god, yeah. I mean, it would also be nice. I'm enjoying this like non-murdery one. The last two I recorded before this. It's like, oh my god. Need like, what do they call them? Mental health breaks. Jesus. After formally becoming acquainted with one another in the summer of 1996, the two men quickly formed a deep and well-rooted fraternal bond, rooted in crime. Of common interests such as drinking, gambling, women, robbery, and firearms. It's like stereotypical crime people, isn't it? More pertinently, Tse Kyung shared Kai Fun's own personal grievance with the sparkling opulence of Hong Kong's bourgeois class, and the pair soon decided to take up arms, literally and figuratively, against Hong Kong's rich elite and began plotting kidnappings. Do you guys not see the irony of that? Are you not like, wait, are we kidnapping people, rich people, so we can become rich ourselves? Yeah, it's a little bit rich, isn't it? Like what you want to become. Accordingly, the two men sat down one night with a bottle of Baijiu, note, a very nice Chinese alcoholic beverage. I particularly recommend the 5-litre, 2-pound bottle of the state distilled stuff you can get at the mainland supermarkets. I have many fond and blurry memories on the mainland powered by that stuff. 5 litres for 2 pounds? Was that like $3? For 5 litres? That's insane. That's dangerous. I always thought like when I was a student, a friend of mine had this giant, it was like a 3-litre bottle of gin from Asda. And I think it was like 15 quid or something for 3 litres. I think this must have been before there was some minimum tax on alcohol, because that was crazy. He'd call it a sipping gin. He'd just like take little sips of it before going out to save money, of course. But £2 for 5 litres, that is a new record of cheap. They also had a copy of the Tintin Daily News, Hong Kong's rich list, and they began discussing the viability of each of them. Like a shopping list for kidnapping. It's like that rich list, right? But also,
good, JJ.
It's kind of all guesses and made up. When I was a kid, I always thought the rich list was like, yeah, of course we know how much everyone's worth. No, you don't. You don't at all. I mean, if you have like shares in a big public enterprise, like, you know, Amazon, Jeff Bezos, Microsoft, Elon Musk, and all this stuff, like all these guys would be like, okay, well, they've got that many shares in the company, and each share is worth this much, so they're roughly worth 100 billion. But when it comes down to people,
1 second. do this. Where's spawn? Okay, it's coming up here somewhere. This is a tricky spawn, because I know there's going to be someone up here. Question is, how well does he know his spawns? That's the question. dead. Still in there. Dude, I heard you run up behind me for fucking ages. I was just waiting for you to push. I heard you coming from like... I was tracking you for the last 5 minutes. But I knew I couldn't push you because I knew there was a guy in this building as well. So. Probably still gonna die, like. So I wouldn't worry too much. as I rarely win these types of fights. Oh, no he is. And I'm pretty sure he knows I'm out here. Yeah, you got nades on you. Ah, SKS pretty good, dude. Never underestimate the power of an SKS in this game. I have been killed by many of them. Fucking shotguns. Holy shit, man. Oh, I hate shotguns. There's nothing you can do against them at close range. And it wasn't mine, but I started shooting them.
It was obvious that the inevitable was looming. In November 2016, Yip Kai-foon filed a complaint with the Hong Kong High Court regarding his being denied traditional Chinese medicine
fucking
by
gone with the need to.
services.
God
This ruling
damn
actually
it.
up, setting a precedent about Hong Kong prisoners' rights to access traditional Chinese medicines, should they wish for it. If this chapter has so far given you the impression of a raging bonfire gradually dimming down to the thin flicker of a candlelight, that was very much intentional. Yip Kai-foon was weak,
Shitty Empire.
and it was not long for the world. On the 1st of April 2017, he was rushed once again to Queen Mary Hospital after complaining about
shotguns.
and the
Fuck.
correctional ward proved unable to stabilize his condition. But this time,
Ah.
no prison break, no hijinks, no escape. His condition continued to worsen over the coming days, and he passed away on the 19th of April at 1 a.m. at the age of 55. Right up to the end, he was surrounded by multiple police officers clad in military-issue body armor, armed with submachine guns and automatic rifles. Even as he had one foot in the grave, no risks were taken, proving he truly was Hong Kong's most dangerous man. Legacy. As discussed earlier, Yip Kai-foon came to achieve something of a folkloric status during his life, and this reputation has only continued to grow after his death, as clear memories of his brutal crimes slip further and further into the annals of myth. Fans of Yip, it's like, yeah, I guess they were brutal. They were like super armed robberies, and he tried to shoot police officers. But just compared to the last 2 episodes that I recorded, I'm like,
this guy's a kind of funny criminal.
and you're like, no, Simon, he's not. He's a bad dude. Fans of Yip Kai-foon will paint him as a battered and downtrodden everyman who snapped in the face of a deeply plutocratic system and only ever targeted wealthy people and businesses who had money to lose anyway. Certainly, one man who would disagree is James Elms, who had the following to say about the man. Yip Kai-foon, as far as I'm concerned, is no different from any other criminal. He did it for money. He didn't do it as Robin Hood did, to distribute to the poor. On the flip side, then, local legislator Lung Yi-chung, who met with Yip Kai-foon many times from 2005, has quite a positive takeaway of him and believed him to be a reformed man. On the matter, he stated the following, quote, I was very surprised when I received a letter from Yip Kai-foon.
I still think it should change that. Like, I feel like when you're shooting someone in the chest at that range, even if they got a shotgun, that should just be stunned to the point they can't aim properly.
As well. And
you know,
when you talk with him, he's very polite. Because he has a wife and daughter in mainland China, and he really wants to stay together with them. So he said, is there any possibility for him to have the early release? He said he wants to be a good husband, a good father, and in the future. His daughter is studying very well in school and wants to be a lawyer in the future. And he said he wants to be
tasks and customs, because there's loads of looting to get easy in customs and loads of scale killing to get easy in customs.
There is genuine repentance in prison definitely.
Well, is this your first
There
wipe,
are
dude?
people who are suffering under the weight, under the burden of the crime that they've committed. They know very much that they have brought pain and suffering on another family, on their own family also.
If your first
They've
wipe, I can
baptized
deal with
them
you or something if you want.
prison.
Maybe give you a
But I
hand.
believe I wouldn't have done it if he had not turned to
One
Christianity.
second.
Personally, as someone who grew up in
If you
Edinburgh,
wanted,
Bolton, dressed in Norbert
you can
rags, and with
grab
holes
me
in
on
his shoes,
Discord
it's
here.
certainly easy to glamorize Yip Kai-Foon on an emotional level, particularly when
Oh.
in the context of the crippling
I'm part of
inequality
a
that gripped Hong Kong in the 1990s.
Discord.
But ultimately, I personally must dismiss these
So we
emotional
can
emotions
there's a
and
look
focus on the
quite a
fact
good few people
that
from
it
some
was
from
violent,
America, some
brutal,
from
criminal.
Europe,
George,
shit like
your
that.
life is such a mystery.
Yip Kai-Foon had no
Aye, but I
issues
can help you through it if
risking
you want,
killing
like.
when it
I can only
stood
help you through
in
like
between
one or two of the
him and his
maps because I
goals,
know
and
them
every single
well,
police
but
officer, jewelry store clerk, and member of the public who ever had the muzzle of an AK-47 pointed at them all had family members eagerly waiting for their return home who didn't deserve to become the victim of a Rolex-loving armed robber. Correspondingly, once again, I believe it is only fair that no matter how exciting his tale might have been, that we remember him as the violent criminal he was. So what do you, the beautiful, handsome, worldly, big wrinkled brains in the audience think? Maybe I'm missing a valuable perspective that would make me see things differently. Let us know down in the comments. I think, from my perspective, I think I've illustrated it plenty of times throughout this episode. It's like, yeah, he's a bad dude. He's an armed robber. He risks shooting police officers and clerks, and he scared them.
Come on, skill load, man.
But it's also
Usually
like, he's
scales
not as
pretty
bad as
quick.
the other guys, is he?
Especially in customs.
It feels so light compared to the other stuff. Dismembered appendices. 1. George, got a bit carried away with the research on this one, to be honest, viewers. I found Yip Kai-Foon's story so fascinating that I become somewhat engrossed by his crazy
I
life.
hope that
I always
fucker
try to visit
dies,
archives
but I
and
suspect he
primary
won't because I had a
documentation as
shitload
much
of
as
meds
possible
on
in
me.
my scripts.
Shut
Like a
up.
legend, George.
Hey,
But
post.
may have got a bit overboard with
Hey,
this
how
one.
are
I
you?
researched it
Oh,
to
getting
that I
there.
normally reserved for my academic work. Corresponding
Hey, I
with
just
the
got
facts
home
and
from work. I'm about to
documents
take a
and
quick shower and I'll be back.
various people
You
in
want
the
me to?
organizations that made this
Yeah, sure.
possible. Firstly, I'd
Alright,
like to
man.
thank the Hong Kong
I'll be
Police
right
Force
back.
Data Access
Alright.
Department for being exceptionally accommodating for my constant nagging and pestering for information. Secondly, I'd like to thank the Hong Kong Police Old Comrades Association and the Royal Hong Kong Police Association, who were able to put me in direct communication with officers involved in this case or their surviving families. Furthermore, I'd like to thank Officer James Elms for submitting to a sit-down interview and being most welcoming and accommodating in it. George, you legend! You buried the lead, man. That's great. How exciting. That's so cool. And being most welcoming and accommodating. Furthermore, I'd like to thank Television Broadcast Limited for allowing access to their archives, and the producers of Hong Kong's King of Thieves for blowing the dust off their raw interview footage and forwarding it to me. George, I am very impressed. I have to say, I'm very impressed. Thank you. Thanks a lot. I hope, I thank you. I hope the audience. That's a lot of work. Oh my god, I feel bad just sitting here and reading it all. Number 2. It's something I am noticing more and more with every script I produce for Simon and the Casual Criminalist. But when researching Yip Kai-Foon, I encountered a hell of a lot of contradictory discourse and popular discussion of the man's life. I've done all I can to sort the proverbial wheat from the chaff, but I will hold my hands up and admit that mistakes may have been made. Where possible, I deferred to primary documentation of Yip Kai-Foon's life. Failing that, I fell back on seemingly well-cited secondary documentation. In the absence of satisfactory secondary documentation, I generally sided with Chinese over English sources, except in cases where the Chinese story seemed flatly unbelievable or absurd. I'm lucky enough to be able to read Chinese, or read it as well as any foreigner ever can, and I was taught at university always defer to the original language source when possible, as it removes one potential layer of error and misunderstanding, depending upon someone else's translation. Number 3, because I'm currently in possession of my own body weight in primary documentation relating to Yip Kai-Foon, I feel the urge to do something more with it, and explain his story in a more detailed and comprehensive manner. I was thinking maybe I could put together a book in which I dissect every minute detail of a man's documented life.
Just do it.
Let me know in the comments if this is something you may like. I have a publisher in China who likes me and owes me a favour. Plus, I'm not going to lie, I'm quite partial to money. Well, George, you write that book, and I will promote the absolute shit out of it for you, because that sounds really cool, and I'd like to see your research go places further. That's great. Do it. I mean, I think it sounds interesting, but then again, I host a podcast about this stuff, so I'm bound to. But I reckon that would go well. And you got built-in promotion via this show. Love it. Number 4. One of the major problems I encountered in completing the script was that there was simply too much to talk about, which I know there are worse problems to have as a writer. Still, I have had to cut out or only quickly mention lots of crazy stories which more than warranted further extrapolation in themselves. I opted to focus on a few of the more crazy heists and confrontations in detail to give you, the audience, a flavour of just how daring and insane they were, and instead try to build the rest of the script around the major developments and changes in Yip Kai-Foon's life, as well as trying to put more of the focus on some of the brave officers who finally brought him to justice. Hopefully you're all happy with how I put this one together. I couldn't be more happy, George. I'm a little bit blown away. Thank you so much for the strong effort, and yeah,
damn it.
Go out, research. That book sounds pretty good. I'd buy that, I'd read that, I'd promote that. Let George know in the comments below if you're watching on YouTube what you think. If you're listening to this as a podcast, please do consider leaving us a review. That would be fantastic. 5 stars. Is preferred, but you can be honest. It's okay. Like this, subscribe. Thank you for watching or listening. I feel bad as I slip on my slippers that I've been recording this episode in while George is out there interviewing people.
Slip molar. Can't believe that fucking game was shut. They need to tone them down. They're too fucking strong. Probably hit all this. Oh. And no one was there. Yep. Found us the guest horse in the mouth. Where I hit. In particular, let's see. Oh, there are 4 months left at maximum. It's about that time to get across this map.
Ништяк, шкура цела, уже неплохо. Ща к барыгам, а потом по бабам.
Should be, yeah, but not me, who I just heard was in LA. 2 minutes, check it the other side real quick. See what I can see. I feel like someone who has got intent to kill on me is en route. Possibly. Fuckers. Okay, get the drop that time here. Oh, no, grab them. Taco sounds decent. Do. Fucking frame rate is still skipping like a bitch. For literally no reason other than the game wants it to. Seemingly. Mildly irksome. Camera shotgun shot though. Like he instantly slapped me there. Despite getting shot in the chest with several rounds. I feel like that's a bit bullshit. Oh. You had a bad day. Just one person have a bad day? Odd. You see a few people having unfortunate times in here. Oh.
Just for fair warning, this video is going to be a boomer ranting on the internet, shaking my fist at the sky, probably screaming at kids to get off my lawn. And I'm okay with that. I am completely willing to deal with the repercussions of who I am as a person and the thoughts that I have that come out of my head. I'm good with me. If you, for whatever reason, are not good with me, whatever reason that may be, just know that in reacting to this video in any way, upvote, downvote, comment, that ends up pushing this video algorithmically out to more people. And all that will do is help me earn a better living. So if you plan on making a hateful comment, just know that that hateful comment helps me. Okay? Okay. This is kind of an atypical video for me. Although there are people that will say that all I ever do is complain, which I love. That's hilarious. I don't normally tend to get involved in vitriolic trolling or snide comments left in a comments section of one of my YouTube videos, aside from memeing on people for shitpost content that I toss up on my one-peg slapbacks Twitter account. Shout out to the handful of people that actually follow that dog water content. But from time to time, the comments section seems to get a general air about itself of superiority, of them knowing something that I didn't, or before I did, and there's always a dozen bros around somewhere that seem to want to make sure that I know my place.
Shut up, streamer, you're a joke and your content is bad.
Right? Aside from the incredibly obvious aspect of these comments never really being anything new or interesting, with one-liners constantly being pulled from the same cliff notes that every single troll seems to have, there were a few over the last video that I made that seemed to think that their criticism in my saying that I had spurned the devs into adjusting the ballistic values of ammo at range was valid. It wasn't. The criticism was not valid. If you haven't seen in my last video, I had stated that the video prior to that one, where I provided solid, verifiable data, had generated a response from the Tarkov development team to adjust the damage fall-off of ammo at range. This apparently ruffled the feathers of a few people, and the comments therein attempted to take that credit from me that I had not only given myself, but had really given the majority of it to the people that generated the statistical information over at Tarkov-ballistics.com. There were even comments that went so far as to say that there were thousands of people on Reddit screaming about how the ballistics in the game were messed up and how Trey24K's video came first, and even ones you guys likely don't know about. Like how Veritas also had Nikita in his stream one day, shot a scav at range in the head with 995, and the scav didn't die. And Nikita said, "Looks fine to me, LOL." For one, I never read Reddit. The last time I was there, the most upvoted thread in the entirety of the sub was one where nearly 5,000 people had upvoted it, devoting a bashing to Clean, who's a friend of mine. It has forever been and continues to be a place where the vast majority of the community dislikes streamers and content creators nearly universally. And had I made a thread that said, quote, "It feels like 556 is off," unquote, it likely would have been met with a ton of pushback about how streamers were trying to mold the game to something that they wanted rather than something that benefited the community. The one cardinal truth that nearly every content creator friend that I have, whether they average 12 viewers or 12,000, is that the subreddit is overwhelmingly toxic toward content creators. So I don't read it. But because of the claims that thousands of people were screaming about how the new ballistics on Reddit were being talked about and something was wrong with the damage, I went to Reddit and searched every term I thought I could possibly find that had something to do with ballistics and scoured the sub for threads that may have had anything to do with it between when the wipe went live and when my video was uploaded. I found one thread, 8 comments that predated my video. That one thread was a single paragraph by a guy named Rusky Robocop who posted about how SSAAP wasn't one-tapping players at 100 meters and 995 wasn't working at 200. That's it. No large sample sizes, no method, no showing of work, no steps taken. I want to be clear that this video isn't being made as something in defense of myself or my position. Quite frankly, the people that find my claims of me being proud of my accomplishments to be something off-putting for them to where they feel like they need to attempt to drag me in the comments can just go pound salt. I genuinely do not value you aside from your contribution to an algorithm boost.
Yeah,
Quite literally gets me paid here. You help me generate cash to feed my family. If I feel anything toward you, it's gratitude. Kind of in the way that someone would feel gratitude toward a snide customer at a restaurant leaving a meager tip. You're forgettable, but I deal with you so I can pay my mortgage. Now, that obviously doesn't go to the people that have been here supporting me right along. You guys are the real ones. You know that I love you. The core of my community, you guys are amazing people, and you will continue to be amazing people. And I value you not only as people and people that view me, but as community members. But this actually speaks to something larger. More on that in a second. Following this timeline, it had been repeatedly mentioned that I wasn't the first person to say anything about this bug, of which I never called it a bug. The development team did after they fixed it, but I digress. The thing is, I never once said I was first. I did claim some large amount of responsibility for getting this bug fixed, but I never said I was first. Trey24K made the first video that people remember seeing. I never watched it. I don't have the time, to be completely honest. I'm a dad. I got 3 kids. and I work 100 hours a week. I don't have time to take in content from other people. I wish I did. But Trey is a good friend of mine. We talk pretty often. 2 days before I released my video, Trey sent me a Twitter DM saying I needed to look into the damage fall-off of rounds at a distance because something was wrong with them. I said I would. Looking back on it, Trey's video spoke to what everyone else had said in the past but had not acted further on. Something didn't feel right. See, I've known about the ballistic issues experienced in Tarkov since day 2 or 3 of the wipe. The thing is, when speaking on a subject like a potentially game-changing and game-altering issue, you can't just bring something like that to the table when you use a media format like the one that I've chosen. Because the first thing that people end up countering that with is where's
Hey
your
man,
work?
are you
Show your work.
are you suiting
How
up
did
for a
you
raid? Are
determine
you
this?
in a raid? What's your
And herein
current
lies
status?
the difference in something
I'm
called
out of raid. I
total
just finished the Scav one.
verifiable
Okay,
data, time
you're
spent,
out of it now?
Yeah, I just finished the
and
Scav one.
transparency. The videos that I have made in the past regarding Tarkov's ballistics and how they work has always been rooted in research. Whether it was shotgun pellet dispersion, which I got a change for, bullet dispersion issues when firing through chain link fences.
All right,
which I
I'm
got a
putting
change for,
together.
bullet penetration issues.
Are you down with running some
malfunction
shoreline?
rates, countless numbers of hours.
I've
spent doing
nothing
nothing
to
but
do on
firing
shoreline,
into
dude.
walls at various distances because
What
I
are you
heard
doing?
rumor of an
Customs?
issue and
Like
had
what?
set
What?
out
What?
to prove it
I'll probably
or
do
to
a quick
disprove it.
customs
And in the case of someone
to
like
get some
Tower,
dollars
who's
and
the
then get
person that has
myself
spent
an
the last 4
M4
years
back
of
to
his
woods
life
again.
diving into the inner workings of Tarkov's entire ballistics and optics system, of which,
All right,
by
I
the
think
way,
I got a
the
quest to
optics
do
rework
on
was
customs and
almost
woods
all
where I
because of
gotta
him. I
gotta
always
plant the
overwhelmingly
cameras.
gave the credit
So I'm
to
gonna
him,
bring the cameras,
because
okay?
that's where the credit
Alright.
is due. It is one thing to claim that you have a
I'm bringing
feeling
one
about
for
something being
customs.
off or
Yeah,
not.
you need one
It
for
is
customs.
another to diagnose the reason why. Tower and I prefer the mechanics approach.
So
If
I'm
your
gonna leave
car
my
had a strange
AKM
noise
then.
coming from the right front corner and your brake pedal was vibrating when you stepped on it, you brought it to
I'm
mechanic
gonna
to
run
get
my
it figured out,
AK-103
that's saying
for
something
sure.
felt wrong. It is another thing to know that it means it's a
She a
work
bad
brake
bitch.
rotor and know exactly what parts you need
I
to
wonder if
fix
was a
it.
good one.
That's a mechanics approach.
Huh?
The Reddit threads
The
were
104
a
is
pedal
pretty good,
vibration
AK.
report. It's
So
to
I ran
symptomatic issues. Tower's
scavs.
research in my video was a
Slimish, I don't know if
presentation on
you
why
Slimish
it's a
saw me
warped rotor,
on one
so
of
that
them.
BSG knew
I
what
ran
part
scavs
needed
last
fixing
night
to
and got
save them
back-to-back,
time. Ours was a diagnosis that provided physical numbers and something
got back-to-back.
that showed provably that something was off. And this is because the Tarkov Ballistics website uses the BSG verified formula as to how those values are
airdrops
perceived in
to
the game.
myself.
Those numbers
Yeah,
are
well,
real.
every now and again.
They are accurate. They are verifiable.
But I'm
The
saying I
one
got them
Reddit
back
thread
to
in its
back,
one
dude.
paragraph
Two
is
of 'em.
not verifiable. The reason why this entire manner of thinking is problematic is because the community has an overwhelming desire to keep
They're not being
everyone
hit
in
as
the
much at the
community in
minute
check.
because they
For some
reduced
reason or
how
another.
good the
Veritas
shit in
makes
them
a
is.
long-winded video
Still
as to
pretty good
what's
stuff
wrong
in
with
them,
the
but
AI.
it's not as
And
good as it
20%
was,
of the
so
comments
they're
in
not
response
fought
end up
over
flaming
quite
him
as
as if
much.
he doesn't know what he's talking about, even though he's been in the game as a software developer for his entire adult professional life, generated a free ballistics app without ad support for the community in his free time that's an invaluable resource for everyone, fixed an early massive bug with scav aim after having to prove it to Nikita twice, and outlined the issue with guns in the
Alright, let me
game
get
having
my,
base zeroing problems according to the speed of a particular
let me get
round
my
that
ammo
never
shit squared
changes,
away.
which was based on Tower's research and something that Tower and I explained to him during a live stream one day. That's how that video got made. But you didn't see us sitting back going like, well, we were the reason why Veritas got that idea. If it wasn't for those efforts, I believe, and I believe most others would agree, that most of these issues would have taken significantly longer to be fixed. To discredit the video that I had generated is to discredit people that have spent years of their life working behind the scenes on a volunteer basis to bring about the changes that everyone has benefited from. The community at large, especially on Reddit, will say that there's a problem, but then they don't prove it, leaving other people to do the actual work. Then when that actual work gets done and the people doing the work and popularizing it attempt to take credit for it, the response is, well, someone on Reddit said it first and so mentioned it in a live stream once, so it's not like it was you. It's a clown shoes argument, bro. If you are someone that thinks knocking down the hours of effort that people are voluntarily putting in to prove or disprove arbitrary statements made in a Reddit thread just because the thread came first, like they owe you something, need to step away from the PC. Ideas mean nothing. Action is what makes things happen. Actual work. Slagging people that are doing this kind of work makes us not want to do the work, and believe it or not, slows down the development cycle. The change that happened to the ballistic system was because of the guys at Tarkov Ballistics generating the tables, and for me having popularized it at like the same time. They did the majority of the work, and I credited them for it. I stumbled upon it and ended up being able to do the PR for them. Our stuff lined up. The fix was a variable. that was overlooked being added to a damage drop-off formula. That isn't a 10 days in the making change. That's a cup of coffee and an adjustment to a single line of code that Nikita could have done while on a live podcast. But by all means, continue to slag people that actually use the scientific method to prove a hypothesis rather than just bitching in a subreddit thread. That's definitely going to make things move faster.
Oh. Come on, boil faster, kettle. Yeah, no, I got 2 beautiful kills on Woods, and then I got face planted at point blank range by some cunt with a shotgun, despite the fact I put like 4 rounds directly in his chest before he got to pull the trigger. Which, I don't care what anyone says, they need to change it a bit, because I don't care how macho you are, you take 4 rounds in the chest, you ain't shooting at me straight. I don't care what army I have on.
Hey, I got a question.
Yep.
T-45M1 in the 7.62x39.
T-40. What?
T-45M1.
1 second, I'll see it. I'll watch the screen now in a second. Just make a cup of coffee. A cup of tea. Let's see. Doesn't sound familiar. I'll know when I see it though. I never remember the names of these things.
They're tracer rounds.
Oh. Let's see.
It can pierce through basic ballistic body protections as well as some intermittent models in addition to provide a considerable stopping power effect. However, it has a high bounce probability off various surfaces. So it ricochets. It ricochets and it's got tracer.
T-45. It's dog shit.
Let me see.
It is terrible. This is the worst 7.62 ammo in the game, bar none. It is only good for leg metting people because it has high flash damage, because it has fuck all pen.
Alright, I'm gonna sell it then, hold on.
At least comparative to other ammos for the same gun.
Alright, so let's do a link search. I can't buy BP. What about HP? Probably just go with PS, you think?
I'll say using the 7.62.
Yeah, 7.62x39. Probably go with PS.
I'll say go with.
Alright, so let's run some PS. About 160 rounds.
Hello everybody, welcome back to another brand new episode of The Casual Criminalist. As always, I am your host, Simon Whammers here. David has written me a script. This one's all about Pedro Lopez, Monster of the Andes.
I need to check my server,
never heard of this one. I feel like Monster of the Andes is definitely ringing bells, but I mean, maybe I just don't remember the dude's name. The crime maybe feels familiar. Anyway, I'm going to read it. This is a cold read if you're new here. I've never read this before. We got a little bit of an exploration together. It's going to be fun. I say fun. The episode is called Monster of the Andes. It's probably not going to be fun. There's probably going to be the usual tropes of criminals not being very good at crime and getting caught.
You wanted to run a night raid on Custom 03?
I'm going to read it. The Gen
nah, no, wait. I cut my arse from night vision on.
Some images if you're watching this on YouTube.
I can't see fuck all through night vision.
Well, also hello.
I mean, I don't run night vision either.
I'll paint a picture with my words.
Yeah, but I can barely see shit during the day, let alone at night without night vision.
What? That's crazy. I can see so good at night on this game.
Today's episode of The Casual Criminalist comes as a result.
Any chance to have your gamma up really high?
In the YouTube comments on
no, just regular old settings, man.
In user reviews of the podcast version of this show.
I can't see fuck all in this game, man. That's why I run thermals day, and if I run night, I run night viz. But I don't really feel like CQC, because that's the only thing I do at night, CQC. Because I can't see fuck all, so I have to go up super close to everything.
You can give it a rating. And I saw people.
Alright, so 1530. Let me get everything insured.
The Casual Criminalist on Spotify, and it's got like a perfect 5-star rating. I'm sure it doesn't now. Because as soon as you say that, People are like, 1 star.
All right,
Let's
I'm
drop that
insured.
down to 4.9 because one single
And I'm in the
1-star
list,
review will
mate.
do that. No one has a perfect 5. Unless no one listens.
Oi!
In that case, you could have a perfect 5 because it's just your mum reviewing. isn't it?
Fuck! Fuck the Mayweathers!
At least there's that. I can confirm that I do monitor the comments and take requests, so feel free to make them. Uh-oh, David. What have you done? I mean, that's a lie. No, I mean, it's great to ask. Leave suggestions in the comments below.
I'm
Generally,
gonna
those
grab a
requests
glass of
get
water,
thousands
and
or
I'm
hundreds of
going
comments
to
usually.
turn off my
Either way,
lights.
today's story is a grim crescendo of ever-mounting dread and repugnant evil before crashing down into the ruins and ashes of one of the most chaotic, appalling, and sinister endings that I've ever seen in true crime. Oh, brilliant. This is going to be fun. I just recorded yesterday that one about Israel Keys, which I don't know if it'll come out before or after this or whatever, because sometimes it doesn't happen in order because sponsors are like, oh, you got to put this one there. We need this one to go out on the 13th. You know, really? Really? The 13th? That's the day you want? That specific? But that was also horribly brutal. I see David's just finished me one up about Kim Kardashian's robbery. I feel like I should have just put that one in between so I can regain some semblance of, you know, faith in humanity. Not that Kim Kardashian getting robbed is a good thing, but it's not a horrible murder, is it? And those ones get less views, but I need them. I actually need them, or I'll go insane. And honestly, you should need them too. You really couldn't make this stuff up, so thanks for the suggestion, ladies and gentlemen. If you're in the market for displays of utterly vile human behavior and deep psychosis, combined with just a pinch of general atrocious police incompetence and dereliction of duty, then you've come to the right place. I mean, I feel I've interrupted this episode like 100 times so far. I promise I will slow down as I settle into it.
You think you're some kind of fucking Irish heart shark?
Criminalist is, isn't it? It's like bad people getting caught by bad
You
cops.
think you're some kind of
Not bad,
fucking
not
Irish
bad
heart
cops,
shark?
but not very good. Sometimes it's bad people caught by good cops, and that's
I don't even know what that is.
like a bit of police.
Some heart shark, you know?
I love. It reminds
No.
me of like CSI.
Because you're fucking Irish. You think
And
you're some
now, my
heart shark.
friends, once more into the dark.
I can drink your Irish under the table. You understand me?
No one talks like that.
Pedro
I want to
Alonso
fucking
Lopez
go to Ireland so I
was
can get
born on
fucking
October 8th,
Irish
1958
famous.
in a
You
tiny
get me?
mountain village of
Good
Santa
luck with that
Isabel,
one.
Colombia. At the time, civil war had just broken
I'll
out
have so
between
much
the
Irish
conservative
pussy
factions in what is bluntly called
and
La
pints.
Violencia, a war that would last over 10 years and claim the lives
The
of
Irish,
250,000
the
people.
Irish
I did a
gals
video
will be
about
fucking my
Clark
brains
on my,
out.
Into the Shadows channel. We covered this in depth. So if you fancy that, check it out. Why not?
A big old wet Irish pussy.
Taking the lives of 250,000 people and injuring a further 800,000 people and displacing yet another million people.
Y'all got any
The majority of the
horrors
war was
over
conducted
there?
in the countryside.
Every
predominantly
country has them.
towns Just like Santa Isabel. The Civil
Well,
War
good.
killed 2% of the country's population at the time and plunged an already poor nation deep into poverty and lawlessness. The government was highly corrupt and incompetent.
Let's get it,
Murder
baby. Let's do it.
skyrocketed to the highest in the world. at the
I
time.
took out a
In
three-man
short, here was yet
yesterday.
another hellscape in which yet another psychopath was born and his spirit continued.
I'm gonna
Just
just
like
do
Andre
solo
Figueroa
after this for a while,
in Star
keyword
Wars Ukraine.
warrior,
If you don't know
because
what that reference is.
Meh.
Ah, boy, you missed an episode, didn't you? That one was
He's-
absolutely horrific. It
it's
is worth
annoying,
noting that the similarities
but
don't
he's
stop
part of
there.
Discord, so it'll be nice for a reader to.
That was the guy. I don't want to talk about it, but it was just awful. Pedro Lopez's father, Medardo Reyes.
I got two lovely
was
kills, warrior,
fact
and then got
and
fucking face planted by a
killed more
shotgun.
than 3 months before
Despite the
Pedro
fact I
was
put
born.
4 inch chest
Pedro
and
was
point
the
blank
seventh
range,
child of a family of 13 children,
which
raised
is
by his
extremely
single
annoying
mother,
because
Benilda
I don't care how
Lopez
macho someone is, 4
Castaneda.
rounds to the chest at less
When
than a meter
Pedro
away,
was
you ain't
5,
shooting me
when the
back.
Civil War was still raging, his mother moved the
At
family
least
to the
not with any
city
sort of fucking accuracy.
El Espinal in search of
Well.
refuge from the worst fighting and also
I'm going in to bang on them.
the city's name, meaning spinal backbone, El Espinal was a city
We're
located
chatting, right?
within the nervous system of the Andes Mountain.
I've got a
Much larger
VPO
than
sniper
the
rifle.
rice capital of Colombia. Pedro's mother thought that this would be
Okay, I
much
take it
easier
we're chatting.
pickings,
That's cool.
a
We're all right.
particular
That's cool.
kind of trade. What is her trade? Benilda Lopez claims that she gave her son a loving upbringing and that Pedro was always a bright and friendly child who dreamed of being a teacher. At least that was according to
My
mum.
YouTube
Pedro
vid?
Lopez, meanwhile, alleged that his mother was physically abusive to the
Oh yeah,
young girl.
I'll listen
She
it
said
between
she was,
loading
quote,
times just.
sick and-
I'm chatting.
Alright.
Nah, I'll play bushes with you, but if we do open up and we do
If you wanna Play aggressive, dude.
I mean, there's gonna be moments I do, but I'm gonna pick my opportunities.
Shall a guy come across the land bridge in the next 10-15 seconds.
Aye.
If we don't see anything, we might hear fighting in Big Red, because he might go for the office, but...
Hey, you know where I gotta plant this camera at, or not?
I know where to go to.
Where'd you go?
I'm in the bush beside the main bridge, getting ready for the first spawn to the match.
Alright, I don't see you.
That's because I'm hidden.
Oh, so you're purposely hiding from me, eh? You fucker.
No, the guys with guns, you dumbass.
I've got a farking gun, you arse hot.
The guys with the guns that I'm fucking worried about trying to kill my ass.
Well, kill them first then. Don't be worried.
That's kind of the idea.
I'm just messing with you, man. I'm just happy to be off fucking work.
That is Scully.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. No warrior.
Like
I said, it was going to be one or two and then start running solo.
Alright, I hear him. You hear him?
Other side. What? He is against the white wall. I see him. Oh, god damn, it was a bad shot. Right, he is run into the bush, I think.
Alright, I'm going beneath the bridge. Beneath the main bridge.
Don't worry about him too much. The fucking pistol runner. I cannot believe I just fucked up that shot. Anyway. Okay, that's the spawn behind us. I figured would pop his head out at some point. He's fighting.
Alright, I'm underneath main bridge right now.
Yeah, I know. I can hear you. Where the fuck did that pistol runner run off to? I think he's in that bush somewhere. The guy that spawned over here with us, he's fighting in Big Red somewhere. He should be coming through at some point. He might come our way or he might go along. Hard to know. Come on, fucker. You gotta come one of these ways. Who the fuck is this guy? Come on, fucker. Cross. If you want to start moving across the plant your thing, you should be relatively safe though.
Alright, go across
you know,
trash.
Trash. 1 second, I'll tell you where you need to plant it. Sniper, see where Sniper Roadblock is? There's a wee white hut beside all them Connaxes. There's a bush beside the Connaxes. It's in between the Connaxes and the white hut. There's like a bush. It should be in there. It's either to the left or the right of the blue hut over by Sniper Roadblock. But there's like a bush you need to sit in and just plant it there.
Okay. But this is across the river, correct?
Yes, across the river.
All right, I'm gonna take Trash Bridge.
Okay. Where the fuck is this guy?
Or Land Bridge, whatever this is.
That's Middle Lawn Bridge.
Middle Land Bridge.
Or low Lawn Bridge. Where the fuck is this guy?
You hear him?
No, I'm trying to figure out where he is.
Directly in front of me up on the road, I heard something.
Yeah, 1 second.
Oh shit, Sky.
Scanning.
He's, he fucker killed me, man. He's in the bushes.
Yeah, I
underneath
see
the
him, I
bridge.
see him, I see him, I see him.
Damn, that sucks. I just got in the damn game, too.
Oh, he's dying anyway. He killed you in the bush, right?
He was in the bush,
Yeah,
but
yeah, but you were pretty much at... Were you at the bush when he killed you?
No, I was in the open next to the wall.
I'll go hide your stuff now once I get the chance.
Alright.
This fucker hasn't moved yet. I do not know why. He's bound to have looted up Big Red by now. What the fuck's he waiting for? I cannot tell what this guy's waiting for. All your shit's insured, yeah? Post, all your shit's insured, yep. Where the fuck is his body? That's a player. I know I got fuckers in dorms. dropped way the fuck over there. I heard that. I heard about ADS over here. so far. He has been looted. I heard that. Up there. Coming that end of the building. Makes Pinky's over the bonus to the barrier. I feel like I'm surrounded right now. There is at least 2 other fuckers in this building with me. And I can't tell if they're scabs or not. Definitely players though. I think they're in this building. Yeah, they are. I know where they are too. One downstairs, fucker. Almost certain he's on the second floor somewhere. I am so dead. Don't think I'm gonna get this guy. His mate's probably telling him exactly where I am right now. Probably. Oh, I'm such a dick. Pretty sure he's still up here. this guy just leave his bloody stuff and run for the hills? RUF. Okay. No volt gas. Okay, I can do this. Diane Freeman ain't fucking helping though. This guy's down here waiting for me. This guy is the most patient motherfucker I've ever seen in my whole life. Put that there, put that there, put that there. That can go there, that can go there. That can go there. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. My lids, it's a bit too tight, but we'll find out soon enough. Okay, 4 minutes. Yeah, just enough time to hit power and get my ass back over here. Is the gas open? Probably not, no my luck. Yeah, not open. Okay. Oh no, it is open. Have a job like. Okay, put some rounds in this. About as kit armed up as I'm gonna get for this extract. Gotcha. enemy straight to my right. My frames would stop fucking about. Okay, he's inside the building, left side. Fuck sake. They need to fix their scavs. They also need to fix their frame rate. My frames literally could not have skipped at a worse goddamn time. Hey, good.
Hey,
I
they have a lot to fix on this game.
Yeah, I literally was peeking. I knew exactly where they were. I went around the corner, fully autoed one of the dudes in the chest, and then just as I started to continue around the corner to kill the second scav, my whole frames fucking jumped.
Yep. It's stupid.
Fuck. Although it's not my most bullshit death so far, the death I had in the woods was the most bullshit one as thus far. Yeah, I spawned at swamp, so I knew there'd be someone up at the village. So I like moved up relatively quick, but you know, relatively quiet. Got behind one of the main houses because I'm like, okay, well I know there's gonna be a cunt in there somewhere. I'm gonna go somewhere, and, you know, I can hear him before he sees me or anything out there. So I'm creeping around. Here I'm fighting scavs, so I'm biding my time, see if I can catch him like trying to flank a scav or something. That's all well and good. Here a dude come up behind me. So I just kinda hide in the bush for a wee while, wait for that guy to push the building. Because I'm now caught between him and the other dude, so it's like there's no point in me pushing this building. If I push this building, the other dude's gonna shoot me in the back. Wait for that guy to show up, kill him without too much issue. And then chuck a grenade in the top floor of the building to kill the other dude inside. Then some guy comes around with a fucking shotgun and point blanks me in the face or chest, and outright kills me with no counterplay. There was literally nothing I could do. Which I wouldn't mind too much. But going by the damage to the body I did, I put a good few in the cunt's chest before I went down at under a meter distance. So yeah, that's bullshit, because there's no way someone can aim a gun after just getting hit in the chest at under a meter with fucking M4 ammo repeatedly in the chest. I don't care how tough you are.
Yep. I got killed solo customs. I didn't make a single sound. And I got killed because this guy didn't make a single sound, but still walked up on me.
Yeah.
They have a sound glitch in the game that they have to fix. And if they don't fix it, they're going to lose a lot of people.
There were a few sound glitches. Really bad. Literally,
this guy just walked up on me.
Yeah, there's a really bad one where, do you know when you're in the power building? I don't know if they fixed it, but I'm pretty sure they haven't fixed this yet. But if you're in the power building, do you know them metal stairs to go up the sniper window?
Yeah.
If someone's up there, they don't actually hear the metal stairs that you move up until you get to the very top of them.
What?
Mm-hmm. This means, in effect, you can run up the fully automatic weapon, and if you peek the door really quickly, you're already aimed at the guy before he even hears you.
Yeah.
Which
This
means
guy-
if he peeks you, he's pretty much dead because you're already ADS and he's stuck in a wee corner praying to God.
This guy, I didn't know he was in my building. I was in meth. I was the top of the stairs by the wood door to go in the library. And I didn't make it a single sound. Not a single sound. And I'm there just waiting. My hands aren't on my keyboard, I'm waiting. I hear something get picked up, and I'm like, what the fuck's that sound? He got the second story, and then I heard him.
Yep.
And then he shot me.
Yeah, that's
I
how
shot
it's
him.
fucked in a
It's
few
so-
places.
Yeah, I was so fucking mad, dude.
I'm used to it by now. Like, it used to bother me quite a bit, but I'm just so used to the sound being dorked in the game in certain areas. It's just like, fuck, okay.
It's so dumb, like, oh yeah, let's put a new map in and not fix the other ones first. Are you fucking stupid?
To be fair, they probably think they got rid of most of those fucking sound bugs. They're wrong, but they probably do actually think they got rid of most of them.
Now I gotta spend a shit ton of more money on ammo.
Why a lot of money on ammo? Just don't go for the expensive stuff.
Well, I like to use BT.
Yeah, that's not that expensive.
It's like 600 rubles, 700 rubles around.
545 or 762?
545.39. Yeah, 690 this guy is selling. But of course it's already sold. That's already sold.
Yeah, traders are locked. I get all my ammo from fucking traders these days.
I would love to get my traders unlocked, but if I keep dying by these fucking bugs, then I'm not gonna get my traders unlocked anytime soon.
That's like the main reason I rush them at the start of each wipe though, is just to get the fucking ammo and shit unlocked, so I'm not having to pay or take this money on the fucking fleet for it.
Yeah. Well, I got this gun
Okay,
ready.
fuck this ammo. Cause if I get stuck into a fight with T45 rounds in this SVDS, I am basically dead anyway.
Okay. We're gonna go in anywhere.
Hmm?
Are we going in anywhere?
No, I'm just doing a quick scab at the minute. Splash mines off cooldown.
I should probably do that.
Oh, I use them up every time. Don't always get out alive, but I give it a go.
I always try to see if I can find the PMCs off guard and kill them.
Yeah, I just go in for the fucking rules, man. So then I can run decent kits down on my PMC. Although put me on 17 minutes left, so there's a fairly good chance I will run to a PMC who will undoubtedly kill my ass. I just stash running my scav. You make so many fucking rubles just stash running. Because it's the same every wipe, despite the fact that everyone knows where the stashes are. Well, most people know where the stashes are at this point. People still ignore them constantly.
Yeah.
We end up getting like troopers, slicks, good guns, good armor, all this kind of carry on out of them. Like the amount of times I went in with just a pistol and came out with a full kit just from hitting stashes is ridiculous. But the only thing I don't come out of when I get a good stash run is ammo. That's about it. Vision armband. Don't think they sell it for much anymore, but fuck up. Money's money. Yeah, only thing I'm missing now is a decent gun, and I got myself a kit from stash running. Maybe get armor. Shit armor, but it's armor. Ooh. It's probably the only time I run around like a child though, isn't in fucking stash running.
This guy just killed a PMC.
Last time he was friendly, just. If he already knows you're there, like.
Where was this guy shooting?
If you're not sure, just trailing gauge. See if the scalps react to him.
Dude, he did kill a PMC.
Nice.
There's blood all over this wall. There's no way I am literally gonna get out with the kitted fucking... He's glitched.
What, the PMC?
Holy shit, dude, this guy was fucking kitted. Oh my god, dude.
Hey,
Nice.
are you guys in raid?
Stash run just.
Oh, you just started one?
No, I'm in the middle of one. Just using up my scalp. Probably got it. Probably
Are
got
you
about
going to woods?
half a mil of shit on me right now.
Are you going to woods after this, or back to customs?
Probably back to customs. I'll see if I could be arse building an M4 or not. Oh.
Guys, PMC buddies are here.
Hey, Gage.
Pretty sure that's a scab running around. Good, good.
What's up?
Hey, man, so yesterday I was running the scab on the intertrains like I always do.
Yeah?
And got back-to-back air raids all to myself, like literally right in front of me. The first one I found, I went out of the parking garage underneath near Ollie's and was running across the parking lot, and it was literally just right there smoking red in front
Интересно,
of
до
me.
скольки сегодня скупщик работает? Фары врубай,
Yeah,
Вафел!
they're usually pretty easy, pretty handy to get in the interchange, because they always land outside and
Dude, these guys' PMC buddies are here.
then run and
No,
hide.
I'm killing
Fight
these
'em.
fuckers. These
Yeah,
fuckers
fight
are
'em.
in such a bad spot. Fucking guy, my character, my scav keeps going down. It's like gun keeps dropping.
Yes.
Yeah, fucker.
This is why you don't fight them. You take the good shit, put in your PMC, and then take fights.
I couldn't take the good shit yet. His body is glitched in the middle of the air, dude. And his buddies are back here.
Well, like, proper, like, floating there?
Properly, like, floating, like, standing, floating, dude.
Oh, Jesus.
So,
Holy shit.
I also went
I
to...
just dropped a nuke, bro.
I also went to Shoreline on a night raid and smoked there was a 3-man running into the compound.
Nice.
And I laid at the base of the building in the prone and smoked 2 of them. Bodies dropped. The 3rd man made it into the building. So I eventually just laid there and watched the bodies, and it started to get light out.
Yeah.
So I went in. I ratted, like I slow crawled into the building, like crouch walked into the building, full creep. Killed like 2 or 3 scavs, and then went out and hid in the bush watching those 2 bodies. And then, I don't know if it was that 3rd one or somebody else fully kitted and geared, because I could hear him in there just shooting everybody up. That fucker comes out right there in front of me where those 2 bodies are, right there in the open. And he turns around the corner and he's like hugging the building, and I'm like 5 feet from him in the bush. I just fucking step out of the bush and just fucking blast him.
Yeah, no one ever checks the bushes there. I don't know why. I'll never understand people not like paying attention to the fucking bushes and shit, because they're like the best place to fucking hide, but no one ever keeps an eye on them when they're going past them.
I'm literally got this guy pinned. I shot him twice with this guy's MDR. It's fully kitted MDR, bro.
Nice.
What хуй?
Okay. Please not be a PMC in here.
Dude, I have fallen in love with the AKs.
Нормально, живем, пацаны.
Good guns.
I don't care much for the 5. I think it's 545 by 39.
That's still a good gun. It's not as good, but
I've been running those 556 by 45, I think.
You've been running the 7.62 one, the PS ammo.
Yeah, I had the 7.62.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about the 556 by 45 caliber. I believe that's the caliber. It takes the M855, M856.
Oh, you mean the NATO rounds? Yeah.
Yes, it's the AK that takes the NATO rounds.
Yeah, the 104 or something.
Yes, sir. I've been tricking those out, dude. That, to me, that's the sweet spot between the 7.62 and the 5.45. Like, that lands right in the middle.
Pretty good. Not all that partial myself, but
I feel like I have better takedown capability with it, but still have the rate of fire and the recoil control.
Statistically, you don't, but you probably just can deal with the recoil a bit better in that gun than you can some of the other guns, so it'll feel like you have a lot more control over it. The NATO rounds don't have a massive amount of hit in them. Enough to kill a cunt, but not a massive amount of hit in them.
So I got this disgusting fucking scav raid run I've been running, like, this entire wipe. And people will laugh, man. Like, I showed Stone and he was laughing at me, but it is a sick, nasty, like, money grab on Interchange scav. But the catch is...
Interchange is a good place to make money. I die in every time, but...
But the deal is I run them at night. Strictly at night.
Yeah.
And it's just straight up fucking money.
Well, night runs are pretty good for money in any map because people do not like to go at night, by and large. So you'll usually get a lot less traffic through the map. Get 1 or 2 people, but usually not a huge pile. If you're running night on any map, it's very, very rarely a full lobby.
Yeah, I just like it, man. I like being
Did
on
this guy die or did he leave? Come on, come on, dude. Well, I'm trying to find where this guy's at. These scavs aren't shooting over here anymore. But now I'm hearing gunfire over there. And his buddy is still fucking here.
He might guard him to like the last possible minute. He thinks he can get away with it and he'll bolt.
Watch this, guys. Look at this. I'm gonna show you his body.
I'm getting my ass out first.
Yeah, I'm kind of mid-raid right now, or I would.
Because I've got like half a mil of loot on me, at least.
I'm on my money grab right now, so I can't fuck with you.
You don't have to fuck with me, man. It's okay.
And you're from Minnesota, so.
There we go.
Hey, don't be fucking stereotyping Minnesota. I know some of us are dumb, but not all of us.
Hey, how's Bubba, man? Where's he at? I ain't seen him on.
We had a couple of idiots, and I think he got off.
Oh.
I got you.
Yeah, that's probably about half a mil of stuff on that scav. Not too bad.
This guy just killed someone?
Did you make it out already, Gage?
No, I'm still here. I'm waiting I want to get this guy's shit.
Stash all this way so I can sell it. That is one nice ass scav payday right there.
Oh my god, I think I just found a bugged out PMC. He's running in place.
He's probably DC'd. If you shoot him and he comes back in, he'll like drop to the ground, you should be able to loot him.
I just shot him. He went straight to the ground.
Sometimes they don't, sometimes they do. It's 50-50 with the fucking...
I don't see a dog tag.
Then he killed the scav.
Killing animals, trouble as a teenager, and eventually murder, possibly with
that is a nice MDR.
And they're eventually
what?
Caught by
The one you got off that asshole.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy. This is it.
Meanwhile,
got Santa beard. His buddy is over here.
Yeah, I've seen a few people bug out like that.
As a prostitute, when she fell pregnant, she merely
a little
had
too
the
common.
baby, and the already poor family just got lost.
I've seen it a good few times. It's they need to fix it.
Frequently, these men would become violent and hit her. This was either because of a disagreement over the price, or sometimes because that was simply what they paid for. This first premature exposure to the sexual act being marred and violence. Premature exposure? Should there be any exposure to sexual violence?
Get him?
I don't feel like that's
yeah, got his shit. Okay, I'm getting out. This guy's heavy, dude.
That you're into, and everyone is a willing participant. Okay. Okay, if you're into that, fine. I'm not judging. But if it's not willing by both parties and stuff, then
fuck
it's
this
like,
helmet, dude. I can't hear shit with that.
People should ever be exposed to.
Alton or something?
Prematurely, not maturely.
Yeah.
Never.
Yeah, I'd hate the Alton.
His mother was in turn allegedly violent.
I know some people really like it. I will never understand why.
Oh, look what's dropping in front of me.
They're up.
Nice. Yeah.
His attitudes towards women.
First, I'm gonna hide in the bush and watch that bitch. Then I'm gonna smoke anybody who even gets near it.
I'd be surprised that anyone goes to it. Might get one or two, but because the interchange is such, like, people are so focused on fighting inside it, people don't really go with airdrops all that much on it. At least not.
Are you watching my screen right now?
I'm selling shit.
She claims that she wept for days and days after he left. And
well, whenever you get a chance, watch my stream. Ooh, somebody's running to it. Come on, bitch, I'm gonna kill you.
She said the liberal faction abducted and killed her son just as they.
I'm gonna wait for him just to hit the box. I'm gonna smash him.
By kidnapping and murdering an 8-year-old.
That's generally the idea.
Prostitute, however, is
I don't care if he's a player scav or not.
That does seem extremely unlikely. It
It's a player scav, you'll fuck your rep.
You were beating him, doesn't it? That's kind of what it sounds like, Denny. Pedro Lopez, on the other hand, gives a slightly different account about why he left home. Lopez states that one day in 1956 he was caught groping the breasts of one
And
of his
that bitch
sisters.
is dead.
Trying to
Motherfucker.
initiate
Get
sex.
away from my
He was
loot.
8 years old. Take that information as you will. For the incestuous sexual assault, Lopez claims that his mother threw him out of the house and told him never
fucking
to
way am I
return.
gonna get out with this
Despite
shit.
being 8 years old and having
I
nowhere
got
to
out
go.
with it.
Apparently, Lopez
Nice.
died and did not return. He's 8.
Me and you are both
Send him
about to get out
therapy.
fat.
Don't throw him out.
Look at this guy,
You're literally
G90.
making a psychopath
He got a
right
hex
now.
grid, a
Isn't that
SA58,
Netflix
MDR.
This is how you
Let's
make
see what's
a
in this
murderer.
baby.
You know by
Oh,
this
an
point,
S98.
the story has a
Oh,
problem with
damn. He
unreliable
killed 3 other
narrators.
people.
Yeah, a lot of them do.
Papa
Regardless
RP.
of the
That's
true
holy
events that led
shit.
him there, now homeless 8-year-old
Yeah,
Pedro
the
slept in the
Tusile
streets,
was
gutters,
the
alleyways, and abandoned
fucking
buildings of
Tusile
El
was
Escalon.
holy
He fed
shit.
himself by digging through the trash for raw
Hell
food, but
yeah,
also by
brother.
begging for
You're
money.
mad you got
This
killed by a
resulted
fucking
in suffering
scab.
malnutrition, being a skeletal physique, which
Check this
obviously
shit out.
It's a weird place for a scab to be fucking sitting.
Though.
Let's check out this loot box. Whoo,
Where-
baby. Give
Get
it.
that
give it to
scab.
me.
The scab was up on the ramp. He killed him from there.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like the range the scabs have now is like a little bit too much. Because the normal scabs have up to 150-meter range now.
Look at this drawbridge,
It's a bit
baby.
much.
Yeah, this is so crazy.
Let's see. What do you got?
Let's see it, baby. Come on.
Like, I don't know.
You better
Alright.
get out quick, because there's gonna be so many people coming your way.
No, there's not.
Not an interchange.
Homeless children. Homeless
What?
children go somewhere.
What are you
Yeah.
talking
Okay,
about?
we'll
by
take you
getting
inside
those
for
so
a
many
trial.
times? What are you talking
We're homeless
about, bro?
adults, of course, but, I mean,
Because interchange. Everyone goes in the inside.
but it's like you always get more responsibility in it
Get
than an
your
8-year-old. It's
M855
also
bag,
interesting
put
how,
that
like,
rig
I'm
on.
just recording that Israel Keys one yesterday.
Oh, you
so
can't, then
fresh
you
in
have to
my
get
mind.
rid of the
Now,
pack.
that guy was just born. That guy was born.
All right, I'm taking this. What?
Crazy.
I would take the
Sorry,
MIA.
word
Fuck
crazy
those, the other two guns. The other two guns are
sweeping.
harder,
But,
easy
like,
to get.
He was a bad dude. He was
There you go.
born bad.
Now
He
take
didn't
the
have
mag. Oh,
emotions
you
and
can't.
he
I don't
liked
think you can
killing.
do that.
You know what?
This
Raid.
guy he's like more born. This guy.
Fuck, man. I want that AK 105. What caliber is that?
I'm not
It's 7 or no, it's 5.
Oh, whatever.
See if you could take the mag and the grip off. If you could take the mag and the grip off, you could put it right in there.
Pedro Lopez was not on the streets more than a few weeks.
No,
before he
you
was
can't take the
approached by a
grip off,
concerned
so
man
you
who
No,
wanted
no.
to
be
charge
able
to his
to.
house
You
for
can never
robbery
remove the
and led to sleep in
grips
the
in
Pedro
raid.
accepted the
Only
man
ever
was
out of raid.
taken
Just
to an
take the
abandoned
bag
house,
out
straight
and
up
you can
straight up
rearrange
to
it that
the
way.
street,
Yeah,
turning his back, turning
yeah,
back
take-
out onto the
There you go.
streets.
I was gonna say, just drop the
Just
bag.
drop the bag.
Pedro could
Just
not go to
drop
the
it.
police who were
You can just hit delete on it, by the way, and it'll drop it
Fuck!
automatically.
I'm dead. Hold on.
To ignore the problems of the
Yep,
healing
I should have
qualities of
waited.
the city's poor. Yeah, I mean,
Fuck.
obviously you've got to think about the problems of the rich.
What a
people
piece of
first.
shit.
I'm
There
genuinely
was a
surprised
piece
there's
of
anyone
bag,
out
right?
there looking at that.
This is terrible.
It was
I
a
hope-
PMC.
obviously I'm joking.
Oh, I know.
I hope that you take note of that last point because it is something
Yeah.
that's going to become a theme.
Surprised
of
there was
today's
anyone out
story,
there.
as it does in many casual
Ah.
lists.
Well,
Oh, I
Police were
almost never see
shocking.
anyone go out.
So
And, well,
traumatized the
to be
young
fair, I
man
run
by
during the
the
day,
experience
but
that he
the
ceased
few
to
times I
take
do,
part
but
in for 2 months
past the
before he
first
ventured out at night in search of food and
5
some
minutes, I don't ever see anyone
He was
outside.
utterly isolated and alone. During the day, he spent time curled up,
Get
sleeping in
a
alleys, or if he was lucky,
fuck
abandoned building
yeah.
before El Esplanade.
Alright, so we're going back to
Scared
customs,
more.
correct?
Not only was Pedro
Uh,
scared of talking to them,
I am.
but due to the extreme poverty of the times, the vast mass of
'Cause if
city's
we are, I'm
homeless
changing-
raged
I'm
like
changing my
war
kit,
and
that's why I'm
crime
asking.
devastate the city's more sheltered sleeping spots. Just like his alleged treatment at the hands of his mother, Pedro's raped by a stranger who claimed to mean well
Let's
to
see.
severely
Is this a
damage
good one?
the young
No,
boy's
this is
fragile
fucking
psyche.
scab one.
Lopez said, "I don't deny it has affected me. I have always wanted to punish those responsible. I hated it. When I see a certain type of
car,
person, like a
I'll
male
probably get
adult
rid
that
of
doesn't
it. I
respect
never
a
use
young
them.
boy, I make it a point to set that person
Oh,
straight."
damn, I'll get
Pedro's
rid of it.
world was one of
So this
poverty,
this
predation,
this
where people
MK47
who
right
wanted
here.
to trust the most turned out to be
I don't know what it
children
is
with
about.
normal childhood and developed a
alright,
I don't know
go.
what it.
humanity. This
No,
not
but
only
the way it's
twisted
loaded
Pedro's
out right here,
purpose,
like
but it
this
also
this
deeply
specific
injured
kit.
his heart. Here,
I don't know what it is
step
about, but she
on the
bad
wrong road
bitch.
of Pedro Lopez's
Yeah.
twisted
It's 'cause
purpose
the
That's a very good
MK47.
gun.
on the
Yeah.
entire
That-
human race.
That is a
This
late
is
game
so
gun right there.
crazy. 8
High fire
years,
rate.
that keeps coming back to my mind.
Good
So
ammo.
check all
I
these
remember
out.
being 8 years old.
I can't sell these MK17s, huh?
I was
No.
8.
You can sell them
The
to
idea
mechanic,
of having to like
but
fend
not
for
on
yourself at that
the.
age is just
Can't do it on
absolutely
the
wild.
Lee.
the
Nuts.
flea. I wish
the
you
twist
could
on
though,
crack.
but no, only some guns you can do that.
Even I
Well,
love
the
my
government is digging
MPX,
rough on
man.
the streets. 8-year-old
But the
Pedro
9mm is
Lopez
just
made
such
90
doo-doo.
mile or 156, kilometer
It's not
long
bad.
foot from
It
Escalal
depends
to
on
Bogota,
what
Colombia's
ammo
capital
you're
city.
using. You
Bogota
gotta
is
use.
It's not even that. It's just you have to know what to aim for with the MPX. If you're
I
gonna
was
use
using
anything but
Quake.
if you're gonna use anything but AP, you need to go for the legs
was the ultimate
or
Yeah.
I was
face.
using Quake Maker and Rift. Which one's better though?
Both. Well, the difference is not that much, but
Yeah.
numbers wise, Rip. But honestly, Quake Maker's got about the same amount of flash damage, so you just go for the legs with both of them.
Alright, let me kit up for customs and I'm ready to rock.
I can't believe I knew this was gonna happen. That's why I love finding where the PMCs are, just in case if they die. Dumbasses. Shouldn't have been walking there.
So in my main mag,
To be fair, the scalps are fucking bugs, so I don't think it would matter where he is walking.
The nickname for these
Get rid
street
of
kids was
this.
Los Gamones. They
This
operated
carries so
as a complex
much.
network
The
of beggars,
MPPV.
thieves, and street gangs in order to survive.
Got it
Let's
off
see
a
what this
raider.
looks like with
Holy.
a twist.
That's a good rig.
But it feels very odd.
okay, so for my main mag, I'm running BP, and my secondary mags, I'm running PP for secondary mags.
No, then
No.
never do PP. PP's trash.
Yeah.
I know. And then I've got, but look, and then I've got 60 rounds of BP.
I would exchange the PP for BT or PP.
No, it's I thought you said PP.
No, BP.
BT. BP? I got BP. I got 90 rounds.
BP is good. PP is trash.
But I'm running PP in my secondary mags.
What he's saying is PP is such bad ammo that it won't even kill the fucking scavs.
I don't plan on using it. That's why I bring the 60 rounds of
I
BP.
would never get
"Oh
to. That's fine, but I'm rocking BT right
Okay,
now.
so customs. Let's go at night. You want to hit 2300?
I don't want to go at night.
Okay, alright, man. I'm telling you, dude, I love night raids. I'm addicted.
If you want to go at night, we can go at night, but I have nothing that'll help me at night.
No,
It's
no,
absolutely nothing.
It's fine. I know Irish prefers day, so we'll run daytime.
I like night runs, but when I do night runs, I go solo. Because
you want to run a night run, Irish?
No. When I do night runs, I run solo.
Okay, man. Alright, that's cool. I'm in the list though for 1142.
Because at night runs, you need to be racked at pretty much every sound around you, which is easy to do when you're solo, because you can assume every sound is an enemy.
About Bogota, but it's not really on the top of my list to go visit.
You can't do that in the squad.
Civil War is long over. Probably economically developed. But it sounds horrible.
And I'm deaf as fuck in this game, so
In addition to finally speaking to other humans again,
We're all deaf
learning how to
sometime
be a
unless the
street
game ain't gonna
brawler,
work.
Oh no, even the game's working, I'm a deaf cunt.
change from El Espinal, his primary diet
I have
was
terrible
stale,
hearing.
half-rotten food fished out of the trash. He was still railed
Well,
and filthy. While still only a child, Pedro began
I do and I don't.
Basuco.
There's times in this game where I'll hear the smallest little movement of an enemy and be able to figure out where they are and fucking catch them out. And there's other times no. They can walk up right behind me and I won't have a fucking clue.
It contains a number of dangerous chemicals.
I wonder how bad it would affect
elements of rubber and
my
plastic.
resources in my PC if I was in my connection, if I was to watch your stream while I play.
In 1958, when
It wouldn't do anything to your connection. It's the matter on how, like, what's your
It might fucking stress your GPU basically.
The American couple felt heartbroken looking at him.
Yeah, the GPU is what I'm more concerned about.
What's your GPU?
Home, fed him, and gave him a place to stay. 2 years living in an urban hellscape and early childhood living in a broken home, Pedro finally
Put it this way,
family and home life.
you'll know pretty damn quick because it will, yeah, it'll be an almost instant drop in frames if your CPU can't handle it.
Yeah.
Frankly relieved to have been pulled off of his life.
If your PC can handle 2 monitors, both running at the same time with something on it, you should be fine.
Was like, saying you'll give you a hot meal.
Okay, hold on.
You can't. It's like That's got to destroy your trust. The couple enrolled Pedro in a local Jesuit school for orphans. Pedro began his formal education, learning the basics of reading, writing, and arithmetic.
Okay, well, we're about to go in. I'm gonna go grab me the Mountain Dew I got today before it fucking started blizzarding out.
A triumph of charity.
Just getting almost worse.
1960, when Pedro was 12 years
Literally,
old,
I went to the store. The second I got home, I went to take a little nap. Well, I didn't take a nap. I played with Jordan. Then we all got mad and got off. This guy was really smart. Then, well, we're in Shoreline. And this room has a balcony with it. Well, all the rooms have a balcony, but this one had wood in front of it, like dressers and all that. He was on the other side. And we lobbed 4 grenades in that bitch, thought he was dead.
Yeah, never assume they're dead.
No, we didn't assume he's dead. We were trying to find where he was, and he was on wood. And I was like, he's right on the other side of the bed. And we look, Slemish, or not Slemish, Firecat goes in and looks. He's on the other side, and the balcony kills him. I die. I was like, you know, fuck this. I'm getting off.
Yeah, Shoreline's fucking sound is shit, man.
Yeah, I mean, I get it.
So my question is when y'all lobbed all those grenades in there, and y'all went up there to see if he was dead, was he in there waiting on your ass?
He was waiting. Yeah, he was waiting.
Like a little bitch, just sit. Like, where was he at? Like in the corner?
No, he was on the balcony.
Yeah, as soon as y'all
he had no
walked in,
effect. No. He had a little. There's a little like window-ish that he was able to peek through, and he kills us.
At least you know what you're getting.
Oh shit!
At least you know what you're getting. Whereas
it was so fucking. It was smart. I applaud him. But he's a dick.
Because at least the gorilla is like.
No, he's not. He's not. It's just annoying when you died. It's one of those things of. It's why I never get annoyed when people take me out using the same tactics I use. Because it's one of those things that people say, "Oh, you camping rat fuck." I'm like, you're just annoyed because you died to it.
Nice, right?
If it was the other way around, you wouldn't be complaining.
Hey, are you guys hardware aficionados? I got an NVIDIA GeForce GTX 1060.
Now, just before we continue with today.
Oh yeah, you won't be able to.
1060 is like 2 generations ago or something like that.
Hello Fresh.
I have the.
Oh, what do they do? They help you reach your goals. Look, it's a new year, isn't it? New Year's
I have a 3060 or something.
Get less takeaway.
I have a 3070.
Try and become a healthier and better person. Oh, it's so hard, but it's not as hard as you think.
Yeah, I have a GeForce RTX 370 Ti XC3 Ultra Gaming 8GB GDR.
I guess it is.
So that's too bad for you, Irish, because I was gonna try to support your channel by watching you.
You're alright.
Less about what's for dinner and more
what happened?
Achieving your goals. Yeah,
well, like I said, I can't run it. I'm not gonna be able to run his stream while I game.
Delicious meal.
That's great. I don't want to worry about it.
So it's not like
I can do it. Do you have another device with you? Post like a phone?
Yeah, I do actually.
Put it on your phone. And like angle it like by on your monitors, and you can still see it.
Are you gonna watch the stream too, or what?
Yeah, I'm watching it right now. I'm watching yours and his.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get the Mountain Dew real quick.
I'll start here in a second.
I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it, these.
And you learn,
I'm gonna try.
You learn more about cooking, which is nice. Obviously, you save time and stress. There's no grocery store shopping, all of that stuff. And sustainability. You wouldn't think it. You'd be like, well, isn't this going to come with a bunch of packaging and all that stuff? Well, it's all very sustainably done.
All right, now you got to be prepared for me to make fun of you and make fun of your chair. All right?
But for me, it's outrageous.
Yeah.
Is that all right for you?
It's me. I don't get fired fucked most of the time, dude.
Why are we so
all right, I don't want to hurt your feelings, but I might hurt your feelings.
But not possible.
I mean, I just put it in the fridge.
That's why I think that's why I like you, man.
Soggy and you don't want to eat that salad anymore. You throw it away, don't you? So it's all very wasteful. Look, it's at this point they say endorse it with some cooking footage. I can't. I've never eaten HelloFresh because it's not available.
That's why I like you, Iris.
But I said it to a mate in the US.
I said that's why I like you because it's hard to hurt your feelings.
And it's easy. And so he provides the footage which he.
Students generally not given a fucking life.
Wonderful. So look. Go to HelloFresh.com and use the code Criminalist16 for up to 16 free meals and 3 surprise gifts. Go to HelloFresh.com, use code Criminalist16 for 16 free meals and 3 surprise gifts. That's fantastic. Thank you, HelloFresh. And now back to you. Gone in 60 seconds. Pedro returned to his life of smoking, bazooka, and...
I wonder if there's going to be a slight delay.
There always is. Especially if you're watching America, it's usually about 15-20 second delay.
That's good. That's good. So you don't have any
stream snipers.
Yeah.
Oh no, that the delay. To avoid that, you need a delay of at least 4 minutes.
Delay overlay, yeah.
I need delay under about a minute, and you're not going to avoid getting stream sniped.
Dude, I walk out and all I hear is my mom and her fiance talking about a strip club.
Dude,
I'm
do you have some thugged out mom?
No.
Oh,
It was funny.
Oh, okay.
They were just talking about strip clubs because they watch movies. And like she recently just found out like 4 months ago about hentai.
Hentai dojo?
Yeah, because she watched a movie or a show, and this lady said, "Oh, watch porn." She's like, "No, I watch hentai." What the fuck?
That is porn, sorta.
Well, yeah, it's sorta, but it's not like Pornhub.
Hey, show us your pajama. Show us your pajama pants.
Yeah, come on, Irish, show your pajama pants, man.
They're a checker pattern.
Let's see them, man. Stand up.
I'm sitting comfy. I could not be arsed.
You ever sit down long enough where your ass starts hurting?
Oh fuck yes.
Dude, Irish sits down and plays this game so much he's got bed sores on his rectum.
I do.
His butthole's got fucking bed sores on it.
I have parts on my ass where I still can't feel anything.
To give it to you in this perspective, you can shove a big ass black dildo up Irish's ass and he wouldn't feel it.
I think I noticed something like that.
He'll be like, "Is there anything back there? Something's tickling me a wee bit."
No, you should still be able to feel it even if you're fucking numb down there. So
Irish, I'm sorry, man. I love you, dude. I'm just.
You'll feel all the muscles contracting. You're like, what? I'm not even clenching.
I'm sorry, Irish. I love you, man. I just want to mess with you a little bit.
Uh-huh.
Even the good choices are bad. Qualifier. But it's like, in terms of like surviving in prison.
Yeah, it kind of went a little overboard there, bud.
Probably not going to mess with that psycho again.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man.
What fucking map is that in Infinite? Don't know.
The prison authorities determined that Lopez had committed the murders in self.
Okay.
Ready to kick some ass? Let's go.
Let's go, man. We're chatting,
This
right?
is not a good spot.
Depends how you look at it.
Are we going straight to Big Red or what?
No, we're going right.
Because
someone would have spawned over at the trash bridge. I'm gonna check these med bags real quick though, because I need a fucking oscomoscope.
Hey, sorry to interrupt you, but I fucking forgot food and water, man.
Oh fuck.
So if y'all find anything,
Yeah. Alright, we should be going over to the left, Gage. Be very careful. There's usually a spawn over by Trash Bridge or in Big Red. You'll often see the wee cunt hiding in underneath the platform. Depending on where he spawns, obviously.
y'all still looting in storage, right?
Nope.
No, we left.
Oh shit.
Alright, I'm up by the platform, Gage. This guy will either spawn the Trash Bridge. Well, if he has spawned, he will have spawned the Trash Bridge, or he will have spawned in Big Red. So it's a case of which fucking position did he get. If he got Trash Bridge, he might have just went straight across, but assumption is the mother of all fuck ups, so never assume.
Nope, he's going right to the platforms right now. I just saw him. He just left Big Red.
Okay.
He's going to the platform right now.
Yeah.
I just saw him.
Scav?
That's a fucking scav. What the hell?
Yep. I heard him.
I need to kill him. Please don't kill him.
Yeah,
Alright,
work away,
Roger.
work away, work away.
Alright, I'm coming out. Don't shoot me.
That doesn't mean he's not in big red though. Just be careful.
Yeah, I'm gonna just get rid of this scab.
Who's in big red right now?
No one. No one.
Oh shit! Yeah, he saw me.
That was a
Alright,
scab that shot you.
You sure that was?
Oh yeah.
Alright, I'm
No,
going
that
back.
is a.
Is it Chucky boy?
I don't. Is that you guys shooting or somebody else?
Us.
How's this guy taking so many bullets?
Probably a class 4 armor on him.
Oh yeah, it's gotta be.
You
I'm
get him?
using BT rounds. No, he's on the platform. He's on top.
Don't shoot me. I'm coming out by the hole in the wall.
Yeah.
We don't know if anybody's in red, so watch it.
careful.
Somebody is in red. 100% in red.
That was the scab
Oh.
that shot you. See?
I'm dead.
From what direction?
Now
Now he's shooting at me.
Yeah, it's the scab on the platform. I thought he was further. I didn't think he was gonna be sitting right there. I should have.
Hey, he's zeroed in on me right now, Gage. What do you got? You got an angle?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm coming
I
around.
don't think it's a. I think it's a fucking player.
No, he yelled before he shot me, but he literally insta head tapped me. That is bullshit.
There, he's finally dead. Holy fuck. How many bullets is this guy gonna fucking take?
Alright, I'm underneath platform, headed your way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my god, there's another scav.
Could have been big red.
Nope. Outside.
That's not a scab then. Unless he's yelling, but if he's outside.
He's yelling.
Oh, okay.
In the heat of the rapist's initial assault, but because
That
he
is a
locked
raider,
up in
I think.
prison, the inmates
I
were
think it's a
back
raider.
Again, possibly ending
Shouldn't be.
up with Lopez's
He
own.
sounds like one.
I think it is, dude.
That's
The
me
way he
running up
yells-
to you.
In Colombia,
Yeah,
especially,
he's
Scott
fucking.
didn't have the
I don't know what he's
resources
saying.
or
But
Whoa.
he's sounding like a raider.
interest in
Where
What?
you at?
I'm right there. I'm right
Sort
there.
of
That's me. That's
full-blown
me.
prison
Yeah,
riots
Roger.
that potentially result in
If it's a
breakouts,
raider, he should be
prison
speaking
authorities
in English.
See, look at the shots they're shooting at you, dude.
Colombian prison system. It was deemed
Look at that.
highly disgraceful
These are
to
raiders.
criminalize by another man, and
They're
the
in big
activists
red,
are
too.
No,
greatly
no, it's
expunged
fucking
by
players.
approaching
Slayer.
act of revenge, as
Okay.
some murders like this one.
Are you alive or dead?
By the
I am
authorities,
dead.
and Colombian jails operated essentially
They saw
on
me
their own
across.
informal
They saw me
means.
across. I
Yeah,
think we got a
prison
fucking
is
hacker or
somewhere,
something.
like, it sounds
'Cause-
horrible enough to
Well,
me.
hold on.
You're probably
Quiet, quiet,
compared to
quiet.
the past, prison's probably really nice. Like, places I don't
Nah,
go,
if it was a hacker, the first shot would have killed you.
It did. The first shot did kill me.
I was listening. I heard him past your head as well, just before you died.
Asian prisons, like the Bangkok Hilton and stuff. Oh,
I'm gonna wait for these motherfuckers to come over here and I'm gonna dick them down.
Could have been a guy using radar.
And there's big signs saying, like,
Even if that's a
remember,
thing anymore.
we
If he
hang
has it, he
raiders.
can see
You're
me
like,
right
oh
now.
my
'Cause
God,
Yeah.
I'm 10 feet from you.
Like, every time
If
I
he's
go
a hacker,
out,
dude,
like, I'm
he
pretty
can
sure
see you anyway.
at No point did I put like some weed in my backpack. But
I'm gonna wait
anytime
for
I
him to
travel
come
to
over
one
here.
of
I'm
those
gonna dick him
countries,
down.
I'm like, let's just search
It's gonna be
every
behind
pocket
you.
extremely
shot me from
thoroughly,
across.
just in case I'm accidentally becoming a drug smuggler and I'm gonna go to be hung in like some
I hear him, he's
crazy
coming.
prison in Singapore. It's like, no.
Don't make a
Okay,
sound.
what are we talking about? In the end, the authorities wound up only adding another 2 years to Pedro Lopez's prison sentence for the murders of 3 men and the attempted murder of 4th. While I was in prison, I learned how to defend myself, Lopez later said. Indeed, he was never given any more serious
just
trouble
saw you.
in the remaining 4 years
No,
he
he
spent
didn't.
there. Yeah, no
He ran
Lopez
past.
did not join a prison gang, though he occasionally fraternized with other inmates. He remains largely solitary. He was left alone by his fellow
about to get
convicts for
fucked up.
a simple reason.
He
Lopez
did see me.
cultivated
Fuck!
the image of being that
Yep.
one inmate who seems
I didn't think he saw me though.
that appears to be an
I
Could
thought he
be.
was just going around.
Could be a hacker, he could have been just a good player. Although you were moving about quite loudly before you came there, so he could have just heard you like then.
Yeah. All right. Well, whatever. He was running.
But how did he see me across the
Maybe
bridge?
play
is
that
what
up a
I'm
little
trying
bit.
to figure
Play
out.
up that you're that psycho who can absolutely just completely flip out for no reason. Lopez
Well, did he get one side? Did he get you from fucking meth side?
Yeah, he got me from that side. He did not shoot me from our side. He was across by Ralph.
Avidly consumed pornography while he was incarcerated.
He probably just heard the gunshots and was just seeing if he could get that lucky kill.
He felt a need to satiate his biological impulses.
Well, I'm gonna run my interchange
Sexually
scav.
assault his fellow inmates given his own experience. On the other hand, he found the women in the porn magazines repulsive.
Hey, you wanna go with me, Gage, or what?
They were engaged, reminded him of
Nah,
his
I'll go
mother,
by myself.
sullied, soiled, completely lacking.
Guy's
in
name's
innocence.
Boo Boo.
Ultimately, such images did not stimulate him sexually, and so Pedro Lopez began fantasizing about other things. Lopez would later claim that after his rape in prison, that was the final straw. He had been
I don't know how you
beat
can
up
run a
all his
scav on
life.
custom.
When he was released,
Still
he would exact revenge on humanity. According to Lopez,
piss.
he had an innocent stolen from him at the age of 8, so he would take an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. I mean, like, can't we just...
Oh, I get taken out every now and again, but...
Like the Dexter TV show. It's like, can't we go the Dexter path, where it's like, look, you've been assaulted by people who are terrible pieces of shit. So if you're going to become a murderer and you're going to take revenge
I
on
just
humanity,
don't see
why don't
how
we
he
not
heard
go
me,
after
because he was in
children,
a full
you know,
sprint.
who are- I
Wasn't he,
don't know if
whenever I
that's what this is
laid?
but it sounds like it.
I saw.
He could have seen you. He could have heard you shifting around a little.
Why not go find that man who raped you in that way?
There's
He's got some damn good fucking ears, if he did.
There's some people turn the volume up super high, dude, so they hear literally every little thing.
Again, it's one of those things where it's like, look, there are two bad choices.
Which is pretty.
If you have to choose between one of the two,
pretty
do you murder the
overdramatic,
murderer
but-
or do you murder innocent child?
Works.
Obviously, you murder the murderer. Not controversial.
So it does.
I am God.
You get it up high enough, get a good enough sound system, and you can hear it with an even when you have an alt on.
In poverty, I have ambition of being powerful one day, of great importance. I understand what I've done.
Hell, you can
There's
get
no
third-party stuff that makes it even easier to fucking hear shit.
The mutated way of achieving importance. Pedro Lopez was released from prison in 1973. From there,
Probably have to pay monthly for the, you know, the third-party shit, but
don't they keep track
it's out
of people
there.
when they leave prison? Isn't that a thing? You go to like a halfway house, then they put you on probation, I want to say, where it's like you have to check in with a parole dude and make sure that you're not being a criminal again. It's just like, no, you're good, mate. Even though you
the
murdered
drop's
3 people in prison,
already.
you'll be fine on the
Nice.
outside. Let's not keep an eye on you at all. Just feel free
yeah,
to
it's
just-
random. Sometimes it'll happen really early, sometimes it'll happen in the last like 5
Oh my god,
minutes.
dude, it's gonna happen.
Between Bogota and El Espinal,
Oh, dude, it's
occasionally
gonna
moving
happen in front
authorities
of
out to other
fucking.
cities in the
Oh
countryside.
no, it's going
Occasionally,
right
Lopez
over.
was visiting
No.
his mother, with whom he had re-established relations now that he was an adult. Yet Lopez's visits to his mother rarely ended on good terms.
I will not be able to get to it. It's gonna be on the other side of the building.
Confrontational and cruel, and then leave. In 1978, Pedro Lopez traveled to Peru.
It's usually the way.
On our radar again during a troubling incident. Dwelling in
What map you on?
Yeah,
are the various tribes.
Is it
Hello,
on
Doggo.
is he on the? Is it on the Immercore side or the rail tracks?
Oh, it's on the rail track side. I just saw it drop.
Yeah, that's where it's been dropping at for me.
The Chanka are a traditional agrarian society and endeavor to remain as untouched
Yeah,
as
I ain't ever seen her drop it. It never drops somewhere it's usually.
I've seen it drop up near like on the Immercore side of the building.
It doesn't.
Yeah, it's the same.
In a word,
Are you fucking kidding me? This is just debate right here. That is fucking dumb.
Then it's like, because I stay in the forest, the tree line and stuff, that's why it's never near me, because it's always like, well, it doesn't always, but most of the time it drops in like a relatively open area.
Yeah. So everyone can die, and then the one lucky person gets all
You'll be
of
like, who should we go after? Other 8-year-olds? That
Usually.
makes sense.
AKM.
Or predators. That makes sense, doesn't it? One day
AKM just
Pedro
fucking
Lopez
sitting
was
there.
discovered trying to
100%
lure a 9-year-old
durability.
Chanka girl away from
Yeah,
away into
most
the
people don't run
forest.
AKMs, so don't like them.
I don't like them, but I've got to do that shoreline quest where I got to kill like 15 scabs with it.
Yeah. They're a pretty good gun, to be fair.
Get it up, get a right scope on it. Oh yeah, it's so
According
much
to
fun.
Lopez, the Jankers were about to pour syrup
The
on
only
his face.
downside with them is the fact that you need to have basically the 366 AP, or else you're not going to kill anything. Yeah, both dogs are in here, so she doesn't need out. I keep an eye on the time actually, because I got chicken on.
No way am I gonna get another fucking guy that can see me across the map.
Doesn't sound that bad. I mean, yeah, go for it, Chanka people. That sounds good. However, a Christian
I say, man, he probably just heard the shooting.
Classic Christian mission. Why you intervene? Just let it be.
And just took a look at that gap in the wall, just to see if he could get lucky.
Oh shit! I got an armored rig.
What the hell, that's what I would have done.
And we're all gonna return to this moment when the Chankas had a
So would
Yeah, but why did that fucker take so many bullets, dude?
Probably a class 4 armor or something.
Tied up with rope and thrown in the back of the
That's
missionary's
dumb.
jeep.
Or just
All
shitty hit
Lopez,
reg.
the local police station. There, the attending officer could not really determine that there was any evidence
That
that Lopez
is-
was responsible for the disappearances of the young girls. and
I
generally wished
is
to
it only a
commence
couple of
investigation.
people working on
That
this game? Is what I'm trying to figure out.
Terrible, I guess.
Yeah, that's classic.
Does feel like that at times though.
Criminal with the
Yeah.
The best part is, if you look at the damage to body dealt, you will notice that most of the time, the game does actually seem to know that you're doing the damage.
Okay, so there's no evidence. How about,
Which is
novel
stupid.
idea, we
Yep.
try and find some. And the officer found out that Lopez was
So
a
is
big rig in
damage dealt?
Colombia,
Is that
so he
what?
simply decided
That's
to
what you did to
report it.
them, correct?
Yes.
Oh,
Yep.
wait, where are we? Oh, he's in Peru. I'm sorry, I forgot that he went to Peru. This is all happening in Peru. Nah.
I know,
I
where the
didn't
hell
pay
is this
attention.
drop? Which
I
side
saw
is it
someone
on? So
comment on
kill
the
these
video.
fuckers and
It's like
kill 'em.
Simon just reads the scripts and it's like
Damage at the body is how much you fucked up the other guy.
So they said, I bet he doesn't remember like 90% of it a week later as like a joke or like a dig. And I'm like, yeah, it's not untrue.
I don't know why it's so
Not
hard to
untrue.
find some
But I'm
fucking
okay with it.
Wilston
I've embraced
cigarettes.
I enjoy
You can create them.
It's like, I wish I could do the same
I
for
don't
movies,
think.
because then it's like I'd watch the movie again 2 weeks
Alright,
later and be
that's what
like,
I'll do.
wow, that was great. What's that?
I
It's
got
not
my
mine.
GG
Someone
jackets
made a
and
joke
shit you
about
get
one
them
of
in.
the best things about having one of those Men in Black things, you know, where they and they take away your memories. It's like you see a really good movie. And then like, great, let's see that movie again. The officer
Right now,
ordered
I'm
the
making it
missionary
out
to
of raid.
drive Lopez to the
Pretty
border and
fucking
release him,
fat.
which the women dutifully did. What? What are you talking about?
Not Europe, probably Latin America.
That's the thing I hate with
If
customs. That's the
somebody
thing I
says that,
like
if
about
I'd taken a
customs. I
criminal,
rarely make it
I
out of
would
raids
good of my own half and
particularly
take him and drop
rich,
him off at the
but
police
I
station.
make
They
it
were
out a
like,
lot
yeah,
on
now
my
you actually have
stuff.
to drive him to the border and drop him off.
I probably
I'm
have a
like,
90% success rate on my interchange
I
scout.
don't think,
Like I was
don't
entirely
think you can tell
shocked
me
that
what
that
to do.
PMC killed me
Hard
last time
pass.
at that box.
Thanks. How about you drive in yourself, you lazy?
I never survived
Or
in
better
surviving
yet, do
interchange.
some actual police work. The officer then presumably went back to sitting on his big fat arse.
Interchange
Yes.
is like my
Pedro
shit.
Lopez returned
Is
to
that the edge of
Bogota,
the
where in
fucking-
nights
is
of
that
rage he
really
abducted,
it? No
raped,
way.
and strangled a young girl whose
Oh my
name
God,
was
Mostly due to the
Why
fact that I
is-
can't see any on it.
found
They like
in
put it this
4
way,
months
interchange
later.
is a map that
And Lopez was not placed on the
I
list of potential suspects. In 1979,
fairly often
in
will bring
Espanol,
night vision to a day run.
Lopez is known to have abducted, raped, and strangled
Just
another
because the
girl.
amount of wee dark
Wow.
corners I can't fucking see anything and piss me off that much.
That's crazy.
Oh my lord, this is in the gayest spot possible, bro.
Now if I stick the gamma up really high so I can see shit, then all the stuff that I can see normally is super bright and super fucking short my eyes. So.
Many, if any, police resources to investigate. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of other good things to spend your money on. There's literally nothing. It's like the murder, the serial murder of children. The serial
I'm gonna hide
Come on.
right here, and I am not gonna fucking move
rape,
for a little while.
murder, and children. There's nothing more important. There is no worse crime, other than maybe
Holy
genocide.
shit, what the hell is that barrel right there?
And
What was
that's
that?
like, even then, it's like the fact that it's maybe, it's like insane. I mean, genocide's worse. 'cause then
What was
you're
that
wiping
long
out
barrel
the
on that
population of
box?
people. But let's just say
Well,
that it's really terrible to rank these things.
On
but
that
let's just
box,
say genocide's
the
100.
the
like
wooden
at a
one where you,
99.9
before you went to the truck.
is the
It's
rape
the
and murder of multiple children.
SKS
Police,
one
what
or
are you up
something.
to? Stop smoking the
Yeah,
whatever that
590 reel.
Colombian fake crack
is
was,
fucking huge.
and do some work.
Shit though.
In April 1979,
I remember what
Pedro
gun it's
Lopez
for, but I
traveled
know
to
it's like
Ecuador,
for
where he settled in the
one of the
mountains
guns.
of
Basically,
Ambato.
it's really
He
hard to
is
attach
at a
shit though.
moderately large population,
And that's
a couple
one of the
hundred
few reels
thousand,
you can
in
actually
which
put on
Lopez
to put
melted
the
as a
optic
drifter
for and not
among
the
a
back
fairly
that's so
sizable
used to.
homeless community. Lopez would later say, Ecuadorian girls are gentler and more trusting than Colombian girls. They never scream, they expect nothing, they are innocent. On May the 5th, 1979, Lopez approached Hortense Luzada,
someone hit the stashes.
a young girl
Scab
selling
like
newspapers
this.
to supplement a family's income. Lopez asked
Why is
Hortense
someone
to
hitting
be
the
his
stashes,
guide.
mate?
He led the girl to the outskirts of town, where he sexually assaulted and murdered her and then buried her body underneath a bridge. In her shallow grave, she was shrouded in the newspaper she'd been selling that day. No police investigation followed her disappearance. Therefore, Pedro Lopez extended his activities across all 11
that was it as well.
Ecuadorian provinces. In Ambato itself, young girls started going missing at an alarming rate. Panicked parents reported the disappearances to the police. They refused to investigate.
Oh, you got 4 viewers now.
Oh, there we go. Yep, PMC helping me run through the area and fucked me.
Dude, one girl runs away.
I really don't want to
Okay.
kill 2 scavs
Two
over a
girls
fucking
run
drop.
away. Maybe we should pay attention. 3.
What's that, PMC?
When
You're a
you start
fucking
doing some
faggot.
actual police work, I'd say fucking first.
I should have just
It's a
dropped them
young
both.
Child.
Kill you?
It's like, yeah, the child ran away. Well, go find them.
Yeah, because his buddy was looting the fucking
Sorry,
box
there's
and
gonna
he's
be so
just
many
covering
beeps in
him.
This one, this drives me insane. The police even made some demented
Well,
comments
lose your
about
scav
how the
rating
girls
then,
may have
bitch.
failed their school exam. I don't even know what to say anymore. In reality, there were just
So
a
the
couple of
bad
reasons
scab
for
that
police
killed
in
me.
action. One, Lopez was
Yeah,
not the
bad
only
scab.
predator
Fuck.
active in Ambato
Oh
at
well.
the time. Sex traffickers conducted a roaring trade by abducting and shipping off young girls to parts
Fuck,
of
I
the
knew a
world.
quick bit
That's
of
another one of those
empires.
99.9 crimes. How about you do something about the sex trafficking? What
Yeah, I think I'm
literally
done with
else
Tarkov.
are you doing? A
Kind of
civil
hop
war
between
is
games so I
less
don't get burnt
important.
out, so I'm gonna do 1 or 2 rounds of Age of
Really is.
Empires.
Oh,
And these
so you're
criminals
getting off
usually
right now,
in
Irish?
countries the police would
Like I say, I'm gonna do 1 or
rise
2
up
rounds of
and
Age of Empires, and
system
might do a
to
bit of
counter
Tarkov later, but
exploitation. The
probably
police
not,
are
because it's like 1:30 in the morning for
the
me, so.
police allegedly may have assumed the disappearances were connected to
God, I'm
sex
cooking some
traffickers in
chicken 'cause
exchange
I'm
for
hungry.
blocking the boat by even starting the most cursory investigation. 2, the police generally did not investigate crimes committed against the local poor. Police resources and manpower were limited due to low government funding, and these resources were focused on serving the wealthier citizenry. Wow.
I hop back in every now and again to chuck my scab out the way just to make some money off them, but
in the exponentially higher number of cases that
Alright,
occurred in
man.
communities and would only do so if things became direly serious. Otherwise, the impoverished citizens of Ambato largely handled
Some
local
tea.
policing and justice on their own.
You getting out of here, Gage, or you staying?
Revenge
Yeah, I'm done with Tarkov for a while.
In this
I
case,
don't know if I want to be
Perez
playing it.
put up signs where the city offered rewards for information.
Oh, man.
To no avail. Then, on February the 14th, 1980,
That's how I feel every
Iapone
time
went
I
missing
get
while
killed, like
walking
before I'm getting
alone
off and I
in
get
downtown
killed.
Ambato to visit her father.
Like, I have
However,
moments
Navarro
where I
was
get
not
killed,
one
I'm
of the
just like,
largest
you know what?
bakeries across the region and was a
Fuck
respected
this game.
businessman in the community.
yeah, it really
When
bothers
informed
me.
the police, they were forced to
It's part of
sit
the
and pay
game.
attention. Finally, the police had taken notice of one of the disappearances. This further lit a fire under the parents.
And then I go to bed and wake up the
girls,
next
their
day and I
voices
don't even
getting
remember
louder
about
and
it.
louder
I
in
hop
the
back
community
on.
and in the press.
I'll
A few
probably
weeks
hop back
later-
on
yeah, this is the
tomorrow. I
thing.
work till
It's like
4.
if one of my kids went missing. and the
Tomorrow.
police weren't doing anything.
Then the next day I work
I'd be
at
like,
12. So yeah,
let's
I
get some
might.
private
It
investigators, let's spend
depends.
some
I don't
money.
know. I know a
'Cause I
game
can
that's been in
literally think
alpha
of
for
nothing more
years
important
and
to
it's
spend money on. It's like literally like
It's
just like just
in
use it.
perfection.
Just don't care. Just go. Just get started. Come on. A few
Yeah,
weeks
it's
later,
still
flash
pretty
flooded
good.
and covered the remains of 4 girls who had been murdered and buried at various locations.
I will
in
say,
London
despite
and
all its
Ambato.
fucking
It was at this point
issues,
the police
I'd still
realised
put it
that
higher
the
than just about any
serial
AAA
killer
release
was
out
to
there.
high alert. Then on March the 8th, 1980, the police found Ivanova's body.
Man, I hope Divine gets back from wherever he was at because,
by her devastated father. Pedro Lopez
man,
decided
it's
upon a
like
truly sickening way to wreak revenge on
nobody
humankind
plays
the way he had
anymore,
been
man.
treated his entire life. If he had lost his
I hardly
innocence at
see
the age of
Bubba.
8, he would do the same to others.
Well,
Meanwhile, because he had gone so far
yeah.
undetected, his sense of
He's what?
self-righteousness and narcissism attained delusional
He's got some
levels.
family
He
stuff
later
going
stated,
on, and
I am God. I give life, and I take it.
and then
The Festival of Fruits and Flowers. It is
Irish used to
Sunday,
be on all the
March
time.
9th,
Now he's
1980.
hardly ever. At least
Today
I don't know.
was
Maybe he's on when I'm
Ambato's
not on. I
local
don't know.
festival of
I haven't been
fruits
playing
and
much the
flowers.
last while.
Stalls were duly set up in the plaza.
Played way too
Stalls
much,
would
but I've
bring
burnt myself out a bit,
vegetables,
so at the minute I'm
fruits,
just trying to
flowers,
avoid doing that
textiles,
again,
and
so I'm
vendors
kind of
selling
taking
hot
we,
sweet
you know, a
pastries.
few
The food at the
runs,
festival
play
was
something
slightly
else for a
celebrated
while,
by
a
the
few
news
more
of
runs,
serial
play something
killer
else
and
for a while.
abductor of young girls being at large in the community.
I don't want to burn
Concern and
myself out of a
frustration
game that
building in Ambato
I
for
really
months,
want
and the
to
highly
spend a lot of
publicised
time in.
discovery of Ivanova
But
Iacome's body the day
That's
before
also, it's not
had
it's not like it burn it in a bad way. It's not like it's pissed me off or anything. It's just kind of,
Pedro Lopez attended the market,
you know, you play like
selling
so much of
silver
one
trinkets,
game,
bracelets, and padlocks.
you kind of get a bit,
They spotted Maria
eh.
Ramon Pavida, aged
Destiny
12,
2.
who was helping
You know.
her mother, Paulina, running a hot food stand.
Was
Lopez
it-
was
I've
it-
gotten
was-
almost every exotic I've.
was that your gaming crack, was it?
My game on crack was GTA 5, World of Warship Legends, Destiny 2,
At the same time,
World of
Lopez-
and Call of
Warships,
Duty Modern Warfare.
how do you manage to get that as crack? It's not a bad game, but like,
No, I don't. Not the PC version. The console version is better, in my opinion.
oh, okay.
Is a child getting a big serious-
Yeah, even
How
then,
about-
it's,
How
I can't,
about we look at the
I
guy
can't see how that
that
game
we
is.
I'm in
appear to
I'm an
be
history
keeps
type of guy.
staring at
I
It's-
love
it's a-
history.
How about we
So
look
do
at
I,
this
but like,
guy
it's a
that
fun
we
game, but
sense?
like, it's, I don't know, it's just,
Maybe it's that weird guy. Police?
I don't know.
Maybe?
It's fun to
Everyone
play with
wants
other
police.
guys.
Ooh, wait.
Other people
Oh, I
that
skipped a
know
whole
stuff
paragraph.
and know how to
Hang
play.
on,
It's
someone
so
goes
much
into
more
police
fun
custody, how
when you
exciting.
fuck a
In
ship
other
up
circumstances,
that's
perhaps
full of
the police
health
will
and you
tell the man to
bring
stop
him
looking at
down
his daughter or even
to
tell
like
the man
0
to
health,
leave
then
the
you kill him.
and to piss
It's
off.
so
The
much
more
fun.
overprotective fathers among us may have
see,
faced
I using the
punishment
carrier in it,
for
that's what, for that shit.
down his foul-smelling throat, but these were no
But
ordinary
Trying to find
It's-
fuckers with the carrier though can be a bit tricky.
children's disappearances. The police had accomplished
They're-
nothing.
yeah,
for
aircraft
months,
carriers are
and
pretty
so,
fun
in
to
the
play.
eyes of the citizens of Ambato, a strange man trying to gain the attention of a young girl in the
You can,
marketplace
you
just-
can tell they're trying to like,
utmost hostility
it,
and suspicion.
the
Paulina
aircraft
Ramon
cars though
Pavida
definitely
yelled
show
mad
itself
because
as a bit of a
whipped
pay to
up
win
chased
though,
Pedro Lopez across the marketplace, roughed him up,
because
and
trying to get
manipulated
designing your aircraft to survive past like tier 4 without upgrading them and shit out of your thing is like, it's just not happening.
On War Thunder?
No, World of Warships.
God damn. Once in police custody,
What do you
Pedro
mean?
Lopez
I don't.
denied all
You
charges
don't
and
need to
insisted
pay
he
to
was,
win.
quote, a good person with a pure heart. Or maybe should
Kinda.
kids.
No, I played World of Tanks 4 years of my life. Played Warships for 2 of them.
Okay, you don't absolutely need to. You don't absolutely need to, but like, once you do a certain tier with the aircraft carriers, the planes get almost instantly melted. The moment I think shoots at you, they just wipe out your whole fucking squadron.
Yeah, somewhat. Yeah, but that's.
I know, but that's what I mean. Like, that's where they've tried to leverage a little bit of the pay-to-win mentality. Because if you pay, get all upgrades, which you can just buy premium currency to do really fast, it makes it much easier to actually get killed with the fucking aircraft carriers. At least at the start of the round. You know, once you get a bit into the round, their AA guns have been shot to shit by your destroyers and your cruisers and battleships and all.
I was a historic type person, so I bought the Arizona, I bought the Hood, I have the Bismarck, I want to get the Tirpitz, I have Iowa, they just added Montana.
If you want to play it sometime, actually, like I say, if you want to play it sometime, I have it in fucking PC, so I have it at the minute.
That's why I like the console version. Console version is a lot easier. It doesn't take as long. It only has 7 tiers, not 10.
Yeah, but you just pick the tier of ship that you want to fight, and then you get put with other tier 6s or whatever.
So if you pick a tier 6, you go up to tier 7.
Well, no.
But if you pick a tier 4, you only go up 1 tier, but on PC you go up 2.
Not really.
Yeah.
No, well, sorta, kinda. It doesn't seem to do it quite like that. It seems to balance it out. So like, if you have a few, if like 4 year guys, the enemy team is like a tier above you. If you look, you'll notice that like 4 year guys are also a tier above you.
I know, but that's how it goes on PC. If you pick a tier 4, they can pick 2 tiers below, and they can pick 2 tiers up. On console, it's 1 tier up and 1 tier down because it's only 7 tiers plus the legendary tier.
Fair enough.
So yeah.
See, can I win a match? I'm fucking terrible at this game. I love Age of Empires, but I'm so bad at it.
The increase in frequency from Colombia to Peru to Ecuador would imply a typical pattern of escalation, albeit on a staggeringly larger scale. In total, Pedro Lopez confessed to killing over 300 children.
Who's this guy in your chat?
I think that's Post, I'm assuming.
Yeah, that's me.
I was gonna say, this guy better shut the hell up, bro.
He's about to jump down his throat, huh?
No. Well, I'm gonna go play some Star Citizen now.
Click your English,
I haven't played in ages. I have it, but it's just too fucking janky for me to bother with at the minute.
Opposite Dynasty? You're a fucking Irishman.
Oh.
Alright, man.
One fortress. Alright, kill that thing. Get this on the go.
Alright, Irish. I'm vacating your stream.
Alright.
I was gonna watch you if we played Tarkov. I'm gonna probably see what AK's doing, see if he's gonna run a raid.
He probably will be. He usually plays for good few hours. So.
I want to be a kind of parent who's not, you know, leaning over my kids' shoulders like at every moment.
Come on, Bill Quicker, you bastard.
Civil War torn police piece of shit Peru, but it's still like there are bad people out there, and it's like how do you not? And then you know there's still those stories that happen today, even of like, you know, that Madeleine McCann case. This happened to me. It would destroy me. It would destroy my life, and it's hard to think about. It's really hard to think about. I don't normally think about it, but then you get one of these like episodes like this, and then you end up thinking about it, and it's like, man. Lopez would never physically coerce the girls to go with him and charm them to draw them away in order to have plausible deniability should the abduction be interrupted. Lopez would pretend to be lost and leave the dark, or gain their attention by offering them cheap treatment from boarders. His general approach would appear as gentle, harmless, and as helpless as possible so the young girls would take pity on them. The alleged numbers are horrifying enough, so I'm just going to be quite swift and matter-of-fact about what came next. Lopez would take the girls to isolated areas, frequently on the edge of town, then sexually assault them. He would then leave the girls alive and sleep next to them the entire night, whispering comforting things to them to calm them down, making them think they'd get to return home the next day. Then at dawn, Lopez would sexually assault the victims again. Lopez said he waited for dawn, so he could see their eyes when he did so. A fixation shared by Israel Keys from the previous video. Lopez would then prop up the body of the victim and talk to it for hours, sometimes else by playing one-sided children's games. He frequently referred to his victims as dolls. Eventually, Lopez would conceal the body. Recently, only a day or two, he would go and find another victim. Due to the high number of victims at once, Lopez would bring multiple victims to the same site. I appreciate that David, you left that brief, to be honest. Lopez's pretend preference was for innocent young girls, and that therefore he did not abduct girls of 8 to 12 who were working as sex workers, which tragically was practically a common thing at the time in impoverished urban. The reason for this was his revulsion against what his mother stood for, and also his grieving for the loss of his innocence when he was sexually assaulted at the age of 8. Dude, what the f***, man? So just kill the predators. I don't understand why you don't just kill the predators. That is so much more sensible. I mean, obviously not sensible. You're complete f***ing sicko. As such, Lopez rationalized that by murdering the girls, he was helping them by sparing them from a life where they would grow old and lose their innocence and suffer at the hands of people. Crazy rationalization. Or in other words, become like his mother or the women that he saw in pornographic magazines. Instead, according to Lopez, he was sending the young innocent straight to heaven. During an interview, Lopez stated that it took the girls 5 to 15 minutes to die, adding, "I was very considerate. I'd spend a long time with them, making sure they were dead. I would use a mirror to check if they were still breathing." What's the mirror got to do with it? And you're not considerate, you sexually assaulted them. If elements of Lopez's early backstory previously made you sympathetic towards him, I'll be genuinely curious what you think of him now. Look, the guy had a super tough upbringing. Lots of people do. This guy's
don't need one at the minute.
People who don't murder innocent children, who had horrible upbringings, worse upbringings than this guy. Most of them. The police were not sure what to make of Pedro Lopez. The numbers he was claiming to have killed were so large, 110 victims, alone. They thought he could just be a raving man, constructing wild stories after spending so many days.
Nearly got enough for an upgrade.
All they had was a mob picking him up for being creepy around a young girl in front of her mother and outstaying his welcome in Ecuador. They kept Lopez sweet by plying him with cigarettes.
There we go.
He remembered a surprising number of dates, times, and descriptions. Meanwhile, Lopez began to call Pastor Gonzalez Papa, which psychologists theorized was because for almost his entire life, Lopez was a father figure who was kind to him. I feel... Just, probably completely wrong, but this is what happens when it's a cold read. I feel that maybe there's something to that. Maybe this guy is crazy. Fingers crossed, I guess. After some more rounds of questioning, the police asked Lopez to lead them to where he'd buried and concealed the bodies of his victims. That would determine once and for all whether the deranged lunatic was telling the truth. In total, Lopez led the police to 57 sites where the bodies of young girls were found, along with an additional 36 sites where no bodies were uncovered. Okay. So, no, I was wrong. He is a horrible murderer. In the latter cases, possible explanations for the missing bodies range from flooding and mudslides to animals consuming the remains, or quite simply Lopez misremembering the exact spot where he buried or concealed the victim. By his own admission, Lopez had murdered a lot of victims in a 11-month period, but the discovery of roughly half of the 110 claimed victims indicated that Lopez was indeed telling something approaching the truth. As for correlating the claims with missing persons cases, unfortunately, the court did not always report disappearances or come forth after the fact. Many of the children had no birth certificate or identification or any existence on government records whatsoever. The police themselves kept inadequate records when identification
What in the building next?
from the poor, and as previously stated, there were other reasons why a young girl might disappear in Ecuador. 6 weeks elapsed, with Lopez taking police to site after site multiple times a day. He would claim and coldly point out where the bodies were, as if what he had done was normal. At one of the first grave sites on the outskirts in Bartek, police located the body of Matenza Lazaro. Her father was called to identify the remains, which he did by recognizing the photo. Lopez was standing right there, protected by police, and refused to kill. Gradually,
shit, how many 600 gold for the next upgrade and that? Yeah.
أجل مرحبا ما حصلوا أتحرك الآن
quickly grabbed it off him. Lopez wanted the macabre image to immortalize it in the history books. As Lopez would state multiple times to the press, now that he was arrested, his life might be cut short by the extradition and execution or murder in prison. He wanted to make sure that he had some impact on history. It's like, yeah, I don't know, that lynch mob, I'm kind of okay with that. It's like, yeah. If I was involved in this, I'd be like, yeah, get him! Good lord. In general, Lopez loved all the attention from this grim spectacle. He did not show any remorse, saying, when one dies, one totally loses his emotions, his visions, ability to see. In death, you can forget about it, because everything you did is now evaporated into the void. Ultimately, Pedro Lopez was diagnosed as a sociopath with antisocial personality disorder. He did not know right from wrong, had no remorse, no empathy. Psychologists speculated that his upbringing was different.
That's not good on wood.
At least it would not be as pronounced and exacerbated as they were. In short, Lopez is considered likely to be more of a serial killer created by nurture rather than nature. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, how this is the making of a serial killer, whereas in the previous episode, Israel Keys, he was born. He's mostly born. This doesn't seem to be mostly born. Nevertheless, many high-profile true crime shows have depicted him as a bad apple for very smart, dramatic purposes. I hope with this show, I sometimes I don't like true crime. I like true crime where it's a procedural and we solve the crime and all of this stuff. I don't like murder. I don't like exploitation. And I realise I don't want to also appear hypocritical. It's a fine line sometimes. I hope I'm not crossing the line. The twist. Pedro Lopez was charged with 110 counts of murder in Ecuador, largely based on his own confessions. At trial on July 31st, 1981, Lopez pled guilty to 57 murders, where his bodies had been found. But unfortunately, in Ecuador at the time, there were no consecutive sentences, and being charged under more than one category of a crime was considered unconstitutional. No sense. That basically means it's like, yeah, you murdered 2 people, we can only try you for 1 murder because well, you got you for 1 murder. No sense, Ecuador. I guess that's at the time. They obviously changed that because it was insane. That meant that if you abducted, raped, and killed 1 person, or 100 or 1,000, you'd receive exactly the same sentence. Insanity. And so, for the abduction, rape, and murder of 57 to 110 young girls in Ecuador, Pedro Lopez received the maximum sentence at the time of just 16 years. That's seriously all you got. That equates to 1.5 months to 3 months jail time for every child that Lopez murdered in Ecuador. If we add the estimated death tolls from Peru and Colombia, roughly 300, just send him to Peru or Colombia where they execute people. I mean, one of those, they're going to be executing people? Come on! Roughly 300. Lopez spent 2 weeks in jail for each murder. And Pedro Lopez would be freed from prison before he reached his 50th birthday. The low maximum sentence was partially due to prison overcrowding. Later asked about the killer's release, Ecuadorian Prison Minister Pablo Figuera would say, yes, it does sound strange, but that's our law. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, this guy's the prison minister. It's not his problem. I mean, this is a failure of the justice system, not the prison system. This Pablo dude, the prison minister, should be focusing on all the horrible rape that's about in prison. That's a problem for him. If all that frustrates you, please know that you're not alone. I caused some very minor property damage in my apartment when I first found that out. Yeah, I feel like I got a lot of my rage out earlier when I found out about quite extensively. But I'm kind of hoping this is going to come around.
Yeah, so they can snag some of the enemy fucking villagers real quick.
Lopez spent 2 years in Lambazo jail before he was transferred to prison in Quito, the capital city of Ecuador. There, he was transferred to the murder and rape suite. Lopez passed his days alone, smoking Basuco, I'm not even sure, actually surprised that he managed to obtain an imprisonment. I've just written about his sentence. Lopez would spend his day reading pornography, scribbling in his diary, and carving coins with Jesus on one side and reading on the other. Lopez gave interviews to the press whenever he could.
You kill that thing.
To have actually responsible for murders. Lopez said, I did not commit murders. I participated in the acts and was involved in them. Patino was threatening to kill me. If I tried to leave him, he probably would have killed me. It's uncertain whether Lopez's mental illness or just a fabrication that Lopez needs to capture their attention. Throughout his 16-year sentence, Pedro Lopez repeatedly vowed that if he was released, he would kill again. How has no one killed you? You've been in prison for 2 years? Why has no one killed you? Pedro Lopez was freed from prison. How has no one killed you after 16 years? On August the 31st, 1994, after serving 14 years of his original 16-year sentence. Why did he get 2 years off? He was released after behavior? Are you kidding me? He was saying he's going to kill and murder people when he's released. How is no one murdered in prison? How is he using drugs in prison? I'm going to cause some property damage. This is insanity. The parents of the victims were devastated and called for vigilante justice to kill Lopez. They already had pooled their resources and together placed a $35,000 bounty on Lopez's head. I mean, rare to be like, yeah, bounty, good thing, but yeah, I'd contribute to that bounty. They should have a GoFundMe for that shit. Meanwhile, steady on there, Factoid. I'm saying that in jest. Please don't set up a GoFundMe to kill someone no matter how bad it is. And I definitely don't contribute to one if you see it, because if that person dies and gets murdered by someone and you paid for it through GoFundMe, you're probably a little bit, aren't you? So I take all of it back. It was a joke. It's not something I would ever do. Don't do it yourself, okay?
Okay, I get it. Just stop talking.
Meanwhile, a few hours after his release, Lopez was scooped up again by Ecuadorian authorities. He was ordered to be deported back into Colombia. He was handed over the next day. Colombian authorities arrested Lopez for the murder of Flora Alba Sanchez, aged 12, in 1979. Lopez found Lopez guilty of murder in Colombia and put him away for life, or else put him in front of a firing squad. Now we're talking. People have to comment about that. And I'm like, I don't know, man. I started this show being like, I don't know if I believe in the death penalty, and now I'm like, firing squad, get it, yes! Meanwhile, public pressure grew in Ecuador to reform the sentencing of alleged murderers, and a few years later, the maximum sentence was increased from 16 to 25 years. Pedro Lopez was found guilty of the murder of Flora Alba Sanchez, though he was not prosecuted for any of the other 140 murders that he claimed he committed in Colombia, nor was he ever called to account for any murders in Peru. Then, in late 1995, Lopez was declared and locked in an asylum in Bogota. After a little over 2 years incarceration in the asylum, psychiatrists evaluated Pedro Lopez and declared him sane. Lopez was released back to an outraged public in February 1998 on the condition of continue with his psychiatric treatment and report once a month to a judge. Are you absolutely... Are you... When he's declared sane, he goes back to prison! What? Additionally, Lopez had to pay back a bail bond of just $50, which is roughly 16 cents per victim. Upon his release in early 1998, Lopez traveled to El Espinal to visit his mother Belinda. According to her, Lopez greeted her by saying that she could get down on her knees so he could bless her, to which Belinda replied that she was his mother and begged him to get down on her knees. Pedro Lopez promptly got down on her knees to receive his mother's blessing. He then started aggressively demanding an early share of his inheritance. Penola replied that she was grateful and asked her son how he was going to how she was going to be like all she owned was a chair and bed. Lopez then dragged the bed and the chair out onto the veranda in full public view and shouted into the street, "Who is going to buy these things? Otherwise, I will light them on fire." A woman came forward and bought the
Oh god damn.
That was the last time anyone reported seeing Pedro. In 2002, in college, he was in yet another child murder in Colombia. Beyond that, there was no significant following Lopez's release. Nearly a quarter of a century later, we still have no idea where Lopez was and his mother passed him off. No idea whether the monster at the end was again. We have these episodes where people can avoid the crimes, but at the end, they either kill themselves or kill This guy went through, and he was convicted of killing over 100
God damn.
This is the most thing that I've ever come across in my life.
How are these guys getting armed up this bloody quick? It's insane. something.
Number 2, numerous. Oh, that's